It's post 10 o'clock. I think we probably should start now. So we have two handouts in the back. One is the agenda. The other is a brief staff write-up about how demand charge and electricity rate works. So without overdue, Tony, do you want to start? And Tony, we do have some maybe airport stakeholders here, so we probably want to know how many there are from the airports and how.
You know what, Yachin? I'll let you ask if I forget. All right. So good morning. My name's Tony Brazil. I'm the branch chief of the heavy-duty diesel implementation section. We will be removing diesel from the name because we are looking at a much broader range of heavy-duty technologies. So today we put this meeting together in part due to a request from a technology symposium that we did a little over a month ago that covers all kinds of technologies associated with transportation. Our focus has been on transit buses. We are looking at what we can do to advance clean transit. And so there is a focus, and the part of the meeting is to have a transit perspective on things that we think can ultimately be win-win-win solutions is what I'm looking for. All of this relates to heavy-duty transportation, so this does relate to trucks and buses. One of the questions I have right now is, how will we continue to have this kind of meeting, or do we want to address certain issues in different ways? But the idea here is to be as open discussion, as creative as possible, and see where the future might go. And when I say win-win-win, it's when we're looking at the buses and heavy-duty transportation, you have obviously air quality benefits associated with electric drive technologies. I think we'll have some discussions as there could be opportunities for helping stabilize the grid over time, given the renewable portfolio standard. And there's potential to, both of those could lower costs to both the ratepayer and to the vehicle user. And so I think those are all opportunities. So before I get much further into the discussion, just go over some housekeeping issues. So if there is an event where we do need to evacuate the building, we'll exit the front door and go to the park a couple of blocks away. Guess we'll find out which one it is. But just follow us. We'll go the right direction, I hope. The restrooms are about the back to the left. Today that we try to organize the meeting is we're going to kind of go over some basic issues with some of the utilities, kind of covering different aspects. One of the items would be there's been some waivers granted for charging certain buses, certain strategies, so we'll learn a little bit about that. And then kind of look at what the future might hold in terms of what utilities may be doing and the PUC will be doing. And there's more detail to that I won't touch on. I want to make sure I give everybody the opportunity to introduce themselves up here at the front. And then after the presentations, we just have an open forum. We have a number of key issues that we have heard in the past that we listed. There's no particular order that need to be discussed at that point. So without further ado, I'd like the panel to introduce themselves.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This meeting is also webcast and recorded, so we want to let everybody know. And also people who are watching the webcast, please feel free to send your questions to coastalrm at what? No, not ARB. This one. Coastal, COASTALRM at CALEPA@ca.gov. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so if the panelists would introduce themselves and say just a little bit about who they represent, that'd be wonderful.
Hi, my name is Noel Crisostomo. I apologize for my stuffy nose because it's allergy season in the Bay Area, but I am an analyst at the California Public Utilities Commission working on alternative fuel vehicles policy. We're here at the commission representing the possible transportation electrification programs that the utilities will be considering and submitting for the Commission's consideration in the next about year, pursuant to the goals of SB 350.
Hi, I'm Amy Mazrobian. I work with Noel at the California Public Utilities Commission. I'm actually new to the transportation electrification space, but I've been at the CPUC for about 2 years. So looking forward to hearing from all of you and letting you know a little bit more about the CPUC and what we work on as well.
I'm Jana Corey with PG&E, and I am the director responsible for our electrification and alternative fuels group.
Hi, good morning. I'm Laura Ranger with Southern California Edison. I'm the principal manager of the Air and Climate Group in the Regulatory Policy Organization, and my group is responsible for air quality policy, climate change policy, and transportation electrification policy for SCE.
Morning, Nathan Bruner, San Diego Gas and Electric, Clean Transportation Programs. I work in our implementation of our Power Your Drive program and with our customers regarding heavy-duty electrification education.
Bill Boyce with SMUD. I'm the manager of SMUD's Electric Transportation Research and Development Program. I've been in this realm for the past 15 and a half years working on just about all forms of electric transportation.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael. I'm from BYD. I do energy storage for BYD. I apologize if my voice sounds a little bit weird because I'm a little bit under the weather and I arrived 2:30 a.m. last night, so if I all of a sudden start to talk about Zootopia, please wake me up.
Is that the entire group? Okay. So so now we're going to go into a discussion of the different topics through some slide presentations. And right now, my initial thoughts are that we would kind of go through some background. These are relatively short. And then I guess we'll wing it a little bit, but my inclination is that maybe we go through the different topics and then have questions reserved more towards the end. Does that sound good, or would you prefer them at the end of each presentation? Any thoughts on that? Okay, we'll preserve them to the end because I think there's different issues in different areas that are being covered on each. So thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Amy Mazrobian, and as I mentioned, I'm from the California Public Utilities Commission. And so Noel and I are going to be talking just briefly today about some background information about what we do at the CPUC, some of our policies that are relevant to transit agencies, and Noel will talk a little bit about Senate Bill 350, which is the Energy and Pollution Reduction Act of 2015, and some specific provisions in that bill for transportation electrification and how we're going to consider that in our rulemaking process going forward and what opportunities there are for you to get involved in that. So basically, the California Public Utilities Commission regulates utilities and ensures safe, reliable, affordable service. The Energy Division, where we work, specifically regulates the electric and natural gas utilities in the state, the investor-owned utilities. And so one of our main goals is to ensure reasonable rates through a public process. And so we set rates on about a 3-year cycle. And the first part of that is to look at a utility's revenue requirement, or what's the total amount of money a utility would need to recover all of their expenses. And then the next part is divvying up those costs and setting rates so that as customers pay their rates, utilities can recover their revenue requirement or the money they need to recover to pay their expenses. And so from time to time, we'll evaluate our different rate structures and consider some innovative rate designs to meet our bigger picture policy goals. So for example, on the residential side right now, the commission utilities are working on rolling out time of use rates for residential customers in the next few years. So I wanted to point your attention to the graph on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. And so that shows just on a broad average basis what utility rates have looked like over the past about 10 years. And so this is the investor-owned utilities that we regulate, so Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric. And you can see, so the purple line is inflation. And so you can see that over time, rates generally track with inflation. And if you compare that to the graph on the left side, which shows diesel prices in California, you can see diesel prices are much more variable. So just looking at sort of average electricity rates, they tend to be more stable over time. So what else do we do at the CPUC that's related to transportation? We coordinate with other state agencies, so the Air Resources Board and the California Energy Commission, and then through the governor's office, a variety of other state agencies to help achieve the state's transportation electrification and greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. And so in the previous slide, I mentioned our role as the utility regulator, and we set rates. And so in that capacity, we have certain policy levers that we can use to help meet those state transportation electrification goals. So we develop policies that coordinate the utility build-out of infrastructure to charge electric vehicles. So we recently approved a few pilots for Southern California Edison and San Diego Gas and Electric Company to install EV charging infrastructure. The other thing that we do is to establish fair and economic rates. And generally, we design rates that are broadly applicable and not specific to a particular end use or technology type. And then the third area is looking at vehicle grid integration technologies to use electric vehicles as a grid resource. And then finally, our role here today and going forward is really to understand what transit agencies have done and what some of your barriers and challenges have been, so that when we look at our proceedings going forward, we understand how we can really focus on this sector and make sure that we can enhance transportation electrification statewide and through various sectors. So now I'm just going to briefly touch on some policies that we've established at the CPUC related to transit agencies, and then in the presentations that follow, they'll get into this a little bit more. And so the CPUC has authorized PG&E and SCE to allow government agencies with zero emissions buses to be eligible for one of their small electric service tariffs. And this was on a 3-year temporary basis. And these specific tariffs that the government entities could be eligible for were time of use rates with no demand charges. And the idea was that granting this temporary waiver and allowing transit agencies to be on these tariffs for 3 years would help with help them get into the area and help them with their small deployment of fast charging buses. And so the San Joaquin Regional Transit District in PG&E's territory and Foothill Transit in SCE's territory participated in these tariffs. And I'll just also note that, and then the next presentations, we'll talk a little bit more about demand charges as well, and what they are, why they're necessary, and what challenges transit agencies might face with regards to demand charges. So that was just a brief background on the CPUC and what we do, and now I'm going to turn it over to Noel to talk about what we're planning going forward.
Again, my name is Noel Chrysostimo, and I'm an analyst with Amy at the CPUC. And so as she mentioned, SB 350, the Clean Energy and Pollution Reduction Act of 2015, now effective as of the beginning of this year, increase the CPUC's responsibilities related to transportation electrification, targeting the widespread deployment for meeting our clean energy, climate, and air quality goals, as well as increasing access to electric vehicles for all of California. So SB 350, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, is kind of an embodiment of what Governor Brown denounced as a kind of three-pronged mitigation strategy for climate change in his State of the State address in 2015, which includes a goal to double the deployment of energy efficiency, increasing the renewable portfolio standard to 50% by 2030, and of course, widespread transportation electrification. There are other components in SB 350 related to better integrating our planning processes across different resource types, regional expansion of the independent system operator, and increasingly considering the disadvantaged communities in our energy planning processes. Transportation electrification specifically is needed to reduce our economy-wide GHGs because around 40% of the state's emissions are related to transportation. In addition, transportation electrification is targeting the reduction of smog-forming air pollutants. And the way that we will deploy this technology is through increasing the use of electricity in vehicles, both light-duty and medium and heavy-duty vehicles, but also eventually electrifying ports, including vessels, boats, trains, and really any other mobile source of greenhouse gas emissions or air pollution. TE investments will target both charging infrastructure and other related programs at the utilities. And so in our deployment of transportation programs, we will increase access to infrastructure, make sure that disadvantaged communities are able to electrify their mobility, target new technologies, and ensure that they're efficiently integrated with the electric grid. Another key part of SB 350 is the PUC's requirement to coordinate with the other agencies, particularly with forecasting electric vehicle adoption. And so that's why we're here. Thank you, Tony and Yachun, for coordinating with us to make more effective use of parties' time. One of the key elements of the PUC's responsibility for SB 350 is to provide a guidance to the electric utilities to inform their applications that they'll be submitting to the Commission for consideration in the next year or so. Key guidelines that we've recently drafted in a ruling that is available at this link on the first line talks about what types of considerations the utilities should be looking at in terms of designing their electrification programs. Pertaining to transit specifically, I highlight a few points here. First, to consider regional transportation conditions. So designing a program for AC Transit or for Edison's territory generally might not be necessarily applicable for SDG&E's territory. And also leveraging the federal funds that go into transportation and transit in order to make the best use of public monies. Second, to protect competitive markets and to complement private investments to ensure that the utilities are able to really scale up what is otherwise being made through non-ratepayer monies. We also understand that the transit sector has different technological considerations from a standardization standpoint, and so we'd be interested in hearing more from the agencies in the vehicles that they're dealing with in their deployments. Third, to consider potential technology maturation and market transformation benefits, especially from high emission reduction potential sectors. And so that means of understanding how the transit sector can be kind of a linchpin for other medium and heavy duty vehicle segments that see longer trips. And so if in conversations with ARB previously, we understand that the strategy is to increase the volume of transit vehicles so that the economies of scale can accrue to battery cost reduction. And finally, to align with state policies targeting disadvantaged communities, vehicle grid integration, and our funding for technology demonstrations throughout both the CEC and ARB. Thanks. And then finally, for next steps in our AFE rulemaking, which is listed there, the reason why we're here is to capture transit agencies' barriers and opportunities to solve some of the electrification problems, both from a rate design standpoint or an infrastructure standpoint. And so during our workshop later this month, we will have a summarization of the proceedings here today for people who weren't able to make it, but also to present the PUC's draft straw proposal guidance and to receive stakeholder feedback on that guidance. During that workshop, we'll convene the other agencies and researchers to understand the market broadly, aside from transit, for transportation electrification, and work toward providing the utilities the guidance that they need to file applications. Comments can be filed formally and as a party to the proceeding, or informally during the workshop itself. And as we consider those comments in our final guidance, which will be due later this year, eventually the utilities applications for transportation electrification will propose hopefully some of the solutions that we're considering today. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us or visit our SB 350 and Zero Emission Vehicles websites. Thanks.
Thank you, Noel. In case people aren't aware, the presentations are online. And so you don't have to scribble notes, things like that. And so the links that are identified on there, you'll be able to click through on the website. I'll also take this opportunity, I was remiss to kind of describe, as you might know, the state has laudable goals in terms of getting greenhouse gas emission reductions and other pollutants. We have multiple strategies on how to do that, including a wide range of technologies going forward in the heavy duty space, but also for other sectors and other categories. So our focus today is on electrification. We do have different meetings for different forums, including what we're doing for fuels. We're doing in terms of regulations, funding, and other things. So this is one piece of that picture, and I think everything we do moving forward as a kind of, Noel reminded me in his presentation itself, is there's a lot of coordination among a lot of different things. And so there's different pieces you carry through that in ultimately completing the overall plan. And so this is one area that we're focusing on, and this could be much broader. So next, I think we're going to move into some of the utility discussion on some of the things that they're doing, and a little bit about how those waivers have been working, as I provide you some background on what the near future may look like and what the past has taught us. So Jana.
Great, thank you. Before I go through the materials, I wanted to just tell you a little bit about what PG&E is doing in the area of transportation more broadly, in case you want to get some context for how we're thinking about this market space. First of all, and I think Noel alluded to this, it's all a lot of the transportation electrification work that's going on in California is really tied to this idea that 40% of greenhouse gas emissions come from this sector. So everybody's looking hard at this space, trying to figure out what can we do, and that's really one of the important foundational pieces to why we're in the space, that and the air quality issues in the Central Valley. And some of the statistics are horrifying. About kids and asthma and all that. So we all, as a collective, the state is really focused in this space, and I think it's the right place to go. We see the advantages, in addition to the clean air and GHG benefits, we are looking at increased renewables on our grid. So the ability to manage the grid with these renewables on board. Transportation electrification is a really important component of how we might be able to do that. It's one of the unique characteristics of transportation electrification is that it's a source of, potential source of, or a sink, depending on how you use it. So for grid management purposes, the utilities are quite interested in transportation electrification. And then finally, we see a lot of the new equipment and the technologies are being cost efficient relative to their alternatives. And as investment continues in these areas, those costs come down, the feature sets get better, the standards are becoming more understandable. And so from a customer's perspective, we see this is a win all the way around. It has good state policy, it has good grid benefits, and the customers are going to find it to be in their interest to invest in the space. So that's, I think, really how we're thinking about this opportunity. PG&E has made a huge investment in our own fleet. So all of our sedans in our own fleet are all plug-in hybrids. We're making national investments with other utilities on trucks, which is a space that hasn't been electrified, and we're working hard through EEI with all of our other utilities in the country to try and come up with a proposal that the manufacturers would find attractive to manufacture the equipment. So we're working hard in that space. We obviously are, all the utilities are new to the low carbon fuel standard market. We're doing that for residential customers right now. So that's an area you'll see a lot of activity in the next 9 months among the utilities. And then we're doing all kinds of pilots. We have DC fast charging location pilot. We're looking at microgrids. How do we use electric vehicles? In Northern California, we have the Honda Smart Home that's demonstrating how you might island a home with an electric vehicle. So there's some really exciting, and the other utilities have equally exciting or more exciting sometimes, projects they're working on that we're all benefiting from because we're looking at how do we employ electric vehicles in this area. So, and then PG&E also has an infrastructure project before the commission. I'm not going to talk more about that, but similar to the other utilities. And then we're interested in what's the non-residential location or activities. And this transit area, heavy duty, we're looking at that. Obviously, we're also monitoring heavily the market for hydrogen and natural gas. And I know that's not a subject for this particular group, but we are alternative fuels interested. So we're monitoring those market spaces as well. It's just a little delay there. Okay. So Matt asked me to talk a little bit about rates and demand charges. And after looking at the other utility presentations, you're going to hear this like 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. But let me just give you the context of how we think about rates. So rates are really intended to cover the costs of running the utility. It's really simple. And it's important that we have sufficient money to run a very reliable grid. And that's really the essence of what Amy talked about the relationship between the CPUC and the utilities is to ensure that we get fair and sufficient rate funds so that we can run this utility reliably and safely. And we support all end uses. So we try not to design rates that are end use specific. We do segment them in very specific ways, with a residential and a commercial, industrial and agricultural rates being sort of the big categories. We try to stay away from a lot of little tiny rates for every little end use. That's not a good rate design tenet. Rate design is really designed to follow cost principles, cost causality principles. So anyone who's an economist in the room, you'll understand that. It's really about fairly allocating the rates to those sectors that cause the cost. A lot of costs are common among all the groups, billing, call centers, stuff like that. But generally speaking, we try to allocate the rates in a way that is reflective of the cost incurred by the group. So there's two parts of the rates. One is, and if you think about there's probably a lot of analogies, but people like the water analogy. You have to build the pipe and then you pay for the water that comes through the pipe. So that's a very simple analog to the way we price our products. So people pay a demand charge for the size of the pipe or the equipment to get the energy to you, and then you pay for the energy that comes through. So we have demand charges, which are the size of the pipe, and energy charges, which are the kWh that you use to run your equipment or keep your lights on. The demand charges specifically are really designed to keep the infrastructure whole. And that's really, and again, cost causality, if someone puts a big plant up in some area where we have to put a lot of infrastructure out to where their plant is, we're going to be able to recover in rates their demand charge, we can front them the money. And if they are not going to recover via their energy bill, the demand charge, they will have to pay some to support that. So that's kind of the way rates and demand charges work. And the one thing I would love to leave you with, I put it on this slide as kind of a big call out, but the pilot that we have where there's a demand charge exemption for transit agencies is not a good public policy vehicle because people are surprised when it goes away. So when you're doing these kinds of public policy, when you're trying to use these public policy tools to drive market transformation or drive public policy objectives, it's better not to embed them in rates. That's not a really good policy design approach. It's better to say, we're going to give someone a rebate and it's going to be very explicit. So what I would like to encourage all of us is to think about not using a hidden subsidy in a rate where people can be surprised by that, but rather think more transparently about what do we want to do in the public policy arena on this topic. And it's also fair to those of you that are contemplating new electric buses specifically, or electric medium and heavy duty vehicles, to really understand what the long-term costs will be for your operations. And sort of things that are hidden in the rates don't make it very easy. So again, commercial rates have two main components: time of use energy charges and demand charges. The time of use energy charges, unfortunately, it's quite complicated, in fact. They change with the time of day. They change, the actual amount changes over the years. As you saw, Amy showed the actual electricity prices increasing slightly with inflation, and they change seasonally. So, and they don't change that often. There's fixed period of time, so every spring and every fall they move. Every time of use period, those are fixed by the CPUC. And so what's happening right now is there's, as I think Amy mentioned, there's a proceeding underway to explore the time of use periods, because the way energy is used in the state of California, the renewables that are coming on, they're coming on in new times that we have never seen before. So the state is looking at time of use periods and making decisions about what the right time of use periods are. And time of use periods suggest that And for those of you who are as old as I am, you might remember the nights and weekends in the telephone business, which is if you call nights and weekends, it's cheaper. We have something equivalent, which says hot summer afternoons, everyone's cranking up their air conditioning, and it's very expensive to deliver that last unit. So that would be a peak period. And what we're seeing with all the solar coming on is that the peak period is shifting. So the state, the CPUC, and the utilities are involved in rate analysis right now to try and determine the appropriate time of use rates. So time of use periods. So what I would like to leave you with is these are very complicated designs. And for those of you who are looking at electric buses, I encourage you, reach out to your utility and let us sit down with you, walk through your specific situational setup and what loads you have on your buildings, where your chargers might be, what kind of chargers you're interested in, what your charging strategy is, what the buses you're going to buy are. If you put all that in front of your utility, they can help you determine what your operating costs might be going forward. And there's no guarantee about what rates are going to be or what the time of use periods are going to be for 12 years. There's no guarantees on that, but we can help you understand what the variables might be. So I encourage you to do that. And this picture is really just an example of, you know, how you might determine what the right rate is for you. But again, it's situational, and I encourage you to talk to your utility for help. This is really just the same slide that Amy showed. Electricity prices are highly predictable, and I know one of the questions people ask is how reliable is electricity? Well, it's pretty reliable. But the even better is the rates are relatively predictable. So I think if you're thinking about forward hedging, your electricity rates are pretty predictable. Now, this is a slide that shows, and I will have to give credit to the ARB. ARB put together a really robust model for those of you contemplating purchasing electric buses. It depends on, there's a lot of variables, and what you'll see on the right are all the caveats about what went into the modeling that we did. We used ARB's model, and we picked a couple of scenarios, like how far you drive and when you charge, and if you fast charge or slow charge, and what happens when the time of use rates periods are, and all that. So what the utility can do for you, or what you can do for yourself, this is a pretty straightforward model, I'm told. You can put your own information in here, and you can explore what your costs will be. And essentially, the more buses you have, you amortize the demand charge over the number of buses and the number of miles you drive. It's not rocket science. It's just there's a lot of variables that go into that. So someone can help you at the utility figure this out. I just want to make sure I make all the points on here, because the type of charger you choose, fast or slow, the time you charge, seasonality and time of day, the sequencing. So if you have 10 buses and you charge them all at once, that's going to be a huge demand charge. But if you can sequence them, it's lower. So, and then how many buses you're charging on each charger, that type of thing, and then what your applicable rate is. So if you put all these variables into this hopper and you stir it around, you can come out with some fairly good understanding of what your operating costs would be. I wanted to take a minute and talk about San Joaquin, because San Joaquin has taken advantage of the pilot with the demand charge waiver. And it's not exactly a waiver, but what it means is that all of their energy rate is delivered via an energy charge. So the idea is that if you have one bus, it gives you a little bit of relief from that peak demand charge. If you are expanding, you get more relief from the demand charge over the long haul. I think I would love to have, and I think the idea was to have San Joaquin say a few words about Wendell. Are you prepared for that? Or whoever? about their experience. But from our perspective, our team went out and visited. We got a really good sense of what's working, and it seems like the project has been a success. I think that the transit district will be expanding, so I think that's a signal that it's been pretty successful. The 3-year pilot does conclude in the fall, so we'll be looking again at helping them understand what the best rate for them will be after the pilot ends. So did you want to say something?
And when you do turn it on, there's usually a 1-second lag, so sometimes it's good to tap
There we
it.
go. Is it working
go.
now? Excellent. Thank you. I'm Donna DiMartino. I'm the general manager at San Joaquin RTD. We've been very happy to have a partnership with Pacific Gas and Electric over the last few years. And since I'm not the techie, I have brought Wendell Krell, our director of facilities, to actually speak to the technical aspect of the charger. He was our project manager from the very beginning, from the time we actually installed and has overseen and pays the electric bills.
And so far, so good. The electric bill for the last period was $2,100 for the 2 buses. Back in 2013, when we started this, that was pretty comparable to the diesel prices, without the demand charges, of course. But as diesel's gone down, now there's a little bit of a gap. And if we add demand charges back on in September, there's more of a gap. And our current forecasting says somewhere around the 450 a gallon range for diesel is where we break even at that point. So we have realized the savings, and we appreciate that, and it's helped us to get our feet wet with electric buses. And we foresee a positive future, and we are in the process of buying 13 more buses. Obviously, the lower the cost, the more we can do. The higher the cost, the less we can do. If demand charges come back, it may mean a reduction in service across the board. Small, but we have to balance the books in the end. But it's been a positive experience.
On and, oh, there we go. Oh, you're right, it does have a little bit of a lag. So the last thing I wanted to point out is that the utility does provide support for transit agencies in a lot of different ways, in addition to just the rate design. We would be happy to meet with you all, whoever is contemplating this, and help you understand the way the rates are going to play through over the next dozen years or so, to the best of our ability. We are willing to do education and outreach, and we've talked internally about maybe doing a webinar, maybe with the other utilities, so that people can ask more very specific, like, how about for me kind of questions. We can help you with logistics, like talking with you about opportunities for your charging schedule and what it could mean if you modified it slightly and you could get a better rate design. So we can work with you on that. Obviously, there are technology solutions. If you're contemplating storage, if you have a fast charger that's very peaky, storage might be a really good option for you, or solar. And then we do facility audits. So we have a huge energy efficiency program. So if we can come in and do an energy audit for you, audit always sounds like such a bad thing, but this is a good thing. If we can come in and help you reduce the cost of your facility, we can help offset some of that cost for you. There's a lot of incentives around different things that I think would be a surprise to many people, but really, really cost effective. If you want to participate in a demand response program, we can talk to you about storage, and we can talk to you about solar. And then for certain of these elements, we have on-bill financing. So you can essentially finance a lot of the energy efficiency upgrades or the solar on your PG&E bill. So what we found is that that's a pretty attractive offering for parties. So all those are things that we'd be happy to talk with you about.
Hi, I'm Laura Ranger from Southern California Edison, and just want to say how glad I am that Jana went first. So I would just say ditto what Jana said, but I do have a few slides. I will try to keep it brief. Let's see. And try not to repeat too much. One thing I did want to note, as I said earlier, I'm the manager of our Air and Climate Group, and by practice, in my former life, before January, I was an environmental attorney and an air quality attorney. So Edison, along with PG&E and the other utilities, we really are exploring transportation electrification options in an effort to recognize the amazing environmental benefits that can come from these technologies and the really innovative grid balancing and the benefits that can accrue to the grid for the same reason. So with that said, we know that there are issues. I was here at the tech symposium, I believe it was February 8th, and some of those slides may be worth revisiting. I won't go over them here, but it explains in a little bit more detail how electricity charges are broken down. I think Jana's pipe analogy is a very good one and helps to make it a little easier to understand. Some things at Edison that we think we should be thinking about collectively are reducing infrastructure costs by using LCFS credits, and I'll describe that a little bit more later. Looking at a newer expanded role for utilities to provide assistance, including charging infrastructure. Those would be the programs described by Noel and Amy pursuant to the AFV OIR, which is currently pending before the Commission. Also exploring technical solutions, including range extenders, storage, on-site generation, and looking at our codes and standards. I think that's another thing that we really need to be mindful of in order to have interoperability. So this slide gives you sort of an overview of some of the options that we recognize at Edison that might be useful for you. As we've discussed, we're looking at utility-owned infrastructure. We're working on developing a transport-focused application. Just yesterday, we received our final approval for our Charge Ready program, which allows SCE to invest up to 1,500 make-readies, which is the infrastructure needed to support an electric vehicle charging station. We're looking at developing a similar program for transportation. You can also look to reduce the Rule 1516 costs. I do have a backup slide on Rule 1516 and how those costs are allocated. If there's interest, I can discuss that a little bit more. That might not be worth pursuing heavily because the allowances under Rule 1516 generally cover the cost of distribution and the service extensions. One thing is to redesign demand charges, and that's available now. We have one EV rate without demand charge, EV4, and we're in development of EV6, which again, I believe we discussed last time. We haven't filed it yet, but I've been told that it's coming soon. Explore innovative rate offerings. Again, that's in development but challenging, looking at more locational demand charges and real-time energy pricing to have customers make more informed real-time decisions. Utilizing LCFS, and then also we just wanted to point out some of the non-utility options such as the HVIP, which can be up to $100,000 per bus. Looking at your operational savings, which I know we had a good discussion on yesterday and that this group is looking at in detail. And then also looking at the technical solutions, charging software enhancements, alternative vehicle technologies like range extenders, larger batteries, and energy management systems. Can I go to the next slide? There we go. Okay, thanks. So we also had a pilot program with Foothill Transit, and Andrew's here. He's going to speak after I'm done with this one about the pilot and how that turned out. We recognize that EV charging customers today generally have low load factor usage. So that pushes us to come up with strategies to account for the unique characteristics of the EV load. In November 2012, the PUC adopted Resolution E4514. If you want to look it up, it is still available on the PUC's website. This is the language that was adopted. It allowed SCE or required SCE to extend the eligibility of our general TOU rate with no demand charge for a pilot period for 3 years. And right now, EV customers with demand less than 500 kW can go on EV3. That's for less than 20 kW, and TOU EV4. Foothill, after the pilot expired, is now on EV4, and I will leave it to Foothill and Proterra to discuss how they made that happen. My understanding is that in conjunction with the bus manufacturer, they figured out a way to manage their load so that it stays under 500 kilowatt. After the commission's waiver expired, the commission ordered us to put commercial EV charging on TOU option 8A if the demand was over 500. Okay. So LCFS, with this slide, we just wanted to point out that LCFS has the potential to lower your life cycle costs. The information we took here from about Foothill was presented by Foothill just a few weeks ago. And as you can see here, the credits forecast electricity to be 14% less expensive than CNG in the first quarter of 2016. And Foothill estimates that they break even with CNG at approximately 85. So the credit prices have stabilized. This can be a really good way to add to the discussion about overall life cycle costs of these buses. And we really encourage LCFS to really dig into the LCFS credits when you're doing the overall life cycle cost analysis. Okay. Our last slide is, did that work? Sorry, I'm having trouble with this. Oh. There we go. Okay. Last slide just discusses a little bit of what Edison is doing. I won't belabor that, but we are looking at rate design options, including EV6. We're looking at proposed investment pursuant to the AFVOIR when the ruling comes out in the third quarter of this year, 2016. And pursuant to our charge-ready decision, we are able to offer transportation electrification advisory services. So that's a little bit separate, but related to what Jana was saying, which I'd like to echo. Don't go at it alone. Work with your utility to find the rate design that is best for you, and consider rates and demand charges when you're developing your business model, and consider the technology, because as we discussed last time and as Jana discussed, the type of charging that you do can vary the price drastically. If you have two 500 kilowatt chargers that are in tandem, that's a huge spike. Whereas if you have charging overnight in a bus depot, it can be much cheaper and much lower demand. Okay. And then is there interest to hear about Rule 1516, or should we save that for later? I want to be mindful of the time.
I'm interested in knowing, so
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else is, but let's go through it.
All right. I'll give you a...
Yeah, this is definitely a learning experience, and I think for all of us.
Okay, so here's a quick overview. I think what we want to think about in the difference between Rule 15 and Rule 16. Rule 15 is distribution service extensions that serve multiple customers, and that's where the utility pays. Rule 16 is when it serves only one customer, and that's what the customer would pay for. It's the same that you'll hear, this consistent theme, same with rate design, that we want the party that's accruing the costs to the system to pay for the costs. So both are insured to, both are in place to ensure that the distribution and service extension costs are allocated, and to limit system overbuild and unnecessary costs to our ratepayers. This is the formula that we use to figure out the allowance, and overwhelmingly the allowance covers the customer costs. The customer is responsible for any excess service costs over the allowance amount. And all materials are owned, operated, and maintained by the utility in order to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable service. So that concludes my presentations. Did you want us to take questions now or wait until?
I'll leave it to the group. I mean, we did have a lot of time. We originally were only scheduling half the day, and then we do schedule most of the day. There's a lot of content here. I do have a lot of questions, but I guess my inclination is let's go through and hear some of the others. I have already 100 questions just as a result of where you are. There's no way I'm going to understand the answers all at one time.
And I think then I'll turn it over to Andrew, who is going to present from the Foothill experience.
Okay, hi. Okay. I've been working with Laura for about 6 months now. I'm relatively new to Foothill and definitely wrapping my mind around these issues. Foothill Transit, we first deployed electric buses in 2010, and we currently have 15 electric buses on the road. In total, we've run about 800,000 all-electric miles and consumed over 1.8 megawatt hours over the past 5 years. Since inception, we've been running under a demand charge waiver that's expired at the end of 2015. Waiver was great at the time. It took an issue that's actually very complicated, simplified it so we pay a flat fee per kilowatt hour, allows us to focus on all the other problems associated with electric buses. We started engaging on electricity cost issue about 6 months ago. It was challenging at first. We didn't really understand demand charge issues. I actually misunderstood it at the time. I thought I understood it. Never heard of GS1, never heard of EV4. And the people we were working with at SoCal Edison, we weren't working with Laura's group, we were working with our customer account rep. They didn't understand transit issues. So they tried to help with solutions like, don't run buses at peak times. And our account rep, she's a wonderful person. She's completely overworked. She has no exposure to transit at all. So it was a little rough. There was a lot of miscommunication. There was a lot of poor communication. But by the time the waiver expired, Foothill had been really able to develop the internal expertise to understand the electricity issues, be able to model our own rates internally, and understand internally how changing our demand strategies would impact our rates. So now it's been about a quarter under the new regime. I think we have a better fleet management, charge management solution. Laura mentioned demand management onboard software with Proterra. And so what we've seen since then, yes, we're incurring significant demand charges, 45% of our bill is demand charges. But the total bill compared to last year is only about 10% higher. So what we're seeing is that, yes, these electricity issues have to be monitored, they have to be managed, but it's a solvable problem. It's not something that's going to derail a fleet. It's not something that's going to put electric buses out of business. So I have the microphone so I can make recommendations to CPUC and the utilities. For CPUC, the demand charge waiver is very relevant for new fleets that are getting electric buses. There is so much that you don't know, and there's so much that you don't even know you don't know when you get your first bus. And so by getting a short-term waiver, 2 years, 3 years, you can focus on the issues around deploying the fleets, maintaining the fleets, providing service on time. And then once you get a hold of those, you can engage on the electricity charges to find a solution there. For the utilities, and I'm sorry, the woman from PG&E, you pointed out that when people have a waiver, they get used to it, and then they get surprised when it changes. I got an email yesterday from SoCal Edison letting me know that my electricity use at home was 37% higher than my neighbors. So yeah, on a regular basis, with these new agencies, report to them. These were your electricity charges under the waiver. This is what you will incur when the waiver expires. And it helps educate them about the issue and helps them learn in advance so they know what to expect. And then last, for the utilities, provide a transit-specific contact for agencies to be able to contact. They are large bureaucracies. I mean, everyone in the room, it's that's one thing we all have in common, maybe. And so to have somebody where the fleet manager can pick up the phone and talk to a transit electricity person at a utility can be very powerful, prevent miscommunications, and help everybody find solutions faster.
So Andrew, I say thank you very much. I like very much that you identified specific issues. And we're definitely looking for the discussion to head that direction because we are looking for ways to identify issues and then provide solutions. And so I won't spend too much time on it. The ARB utility rate cost model was developed in part with partnership with the utilities and some feedback on it. We did not make it foolproof. You do have to understand it. And if there's interest, because we need to understand what the impacts are if we're going to make good policy in terms of what the future should look like, both in terms of incentives and the way certain programs work and regulations. It's important for us to understand, and we'd be more than happy to expand that and make it maybe potentially more intuitive for people to look and explore on their own what the model might suggest. And we are looking at all utilities and utility rates, not all, maybe 15 utilities in California to understand what those differences are so that individuals in different areas could potentially look at what the impacts might be in their particular local area. So when we look at this, we do look at it as an overall state issue. And since there are a lot of programs that the utilities have that I wasn't aware of, then obviously we need to learn a lot more on how those all fit together. And so to the extent that we can be the common thread on bringing information together and even directing people to the right place among the utilities and transit in particular, but even broader than that, I think that's something we're going to try to pay attention to as well. So with that, I will continue on to the next presentation, and then we'll be near the end and then able to have that open forum.
I guess that means it's me. Again, Nathan Bruner, San Diego Gas and Electric. Trying very hard not to belabor some of the earlier points that have been made. And we're very much looking forward to a discussion and getting feedback today to help us understand not just transit needs, but perhaps other heavy-duty applications, because we know there's a lot we don't know. And we feel that we still have much to learn in order to provide the programs and the rates that are going to be necessary to not only meet our customer needs, but state's goals. Behind me, you can see our SDG&E was approved for some light-duty charging Power Your Drive program. Not to speak too much about that today, but I think a key component of that program that was approved by the PUC is the rate. An innovative hourly day-ahead rate that takes system and circuit conditions into consideration and passes that as a price signal as a 100% volumetric charge to achieve the same goals as a demand charge might. And I'll speak more about that. But some of the guiding principles we hope we can have a discussion about today, that these programs should not only support the governor's goals, but most importantly, be grid integrated and optimize the use of our grid. Taking advantage of existing capacity has the potential to take this, what will eventually be a large amount of load on our systems, and turn it into, if properly managed, turn it into downward pressure for all customers, creating benefits for all of our ratepayers. Opposite that, not taking into account or managing into our grid with the existing capacity and having to build out Our system to accommodate large loads has a potential to put upward pressure on rates, and that is something we'd like to avoid. We think that programs that are proposed or rates should result in equitable deployment of services to all of our customers. For example, low-income customers may depend more on transit, and we want to be sensitive that any increase in costs are not passed on to them. And that program should maximize all funding resources. We should be coordinating across all agencies, particularly those grant agencies, to create public-private partnerships to create programs that work for all of our customers. And we agree with PG&E's comments earlier, and I would stress that early identification and discussion around any customer's electrification needs, wants, or desires should have an early discussion with the utility to incur as least cost as possible to achieve those goals and make sure that we have rates that can best serve them. We recognize that commercial needs can be unique and varied across all sectors, and I'm sure transit is no different. And we want to take care of our customers' needs first and foremost. And we think that what goes along with that is that the solution should be technology agnostic. We should be collaborating with our customers to consider their unique operational needs. For our customers, sometimes the cost is more holistic than just the fuel or how it's deployed. And understanding that can help us create programs and rates that'll benefit everyone. So I talked a little bit about increased load factors, essentially using existing grid capacity by integrating grid charging via rates and price signals, and that demand charges are just one way of doing that. A little bit before I talk about the rates that we offer, we do offer commercial customer transportation support for those who are interested in electrification efforts. We help San Diego Airport and our Port of San Diego tenants. We've assisted them with several grants, and we are currently working with our San Diego taxi industry on demonstrations and fuel cost modeling. We're a small utility. We don't have quite as many different rates that might apply towards transit. We do have an ALT time of use rate that does have a demand charge. It is designed to do certain things, as was mentioned by PG&E in rate design. All of our rates are 100% cost-based. They involve the two main components that were discussed earlier: system capacity and generation, and the commodity cost of the fuel. But we have, in our recent GRC Phase 2 proposal, proposed a rate that would offer a super off-peak demand waiver for those. It would basically take the ALTOU, offer a summer peak and a winter super off-peak, and during those periods of times there would not be demand charges. And again, our VGI rate, which I mentioned is volumetric, it's a day-ahead rate that takes into account system and circuit conditions and has an hourly price signal, and it encourages charging during periods when there are high renewables in our grid and we can have a really low cost, and periods when we have congestion on circuits or our grid to discourage charging, thereby maximizing and making most efficient use of existing grid that we have today. And we see no reason why we can't consider and have discussions about how something similar could be developed on the commercial side. I guess it wouldn't be a utility presentation on demand charges without a chart or two. So we did put together some modeling assumptions using our existing TOU, ALTOU rate, what a couple of different charging scenarios might look like. It's a little repetitive, so I'll go through it quickly, but you can see the assumptions here above: 2 kilowatt hours per mile for transit buses, 175 miles a day. And our first scenario would be a single 500 kW fast charger, where you can see that demand charges are constant. So the more buses that you can charge, the more you can spread those demand charges across and lower the per mile cost of the fuel. And our second scenario, sorry, thanks, Laura. A slow charging scenario of 25 buses, where you can see the demand charges are greater when you have one bus per charger and decreases by the number of buses you can put per charger, thereby lowering the overall demand cost, and again, lowering the per cost fuel per mile. So again, it is important, I think, that for any customer, especially those who are large users or could potentially be large users, by considering large deployment of transportation electrification, to start early with the discussions with their local utility and on rates, on charging options, on bus options. Early in the planning, I think, could pay off significantly. With that, I'll pass it on.
Morning, I'm Bill Boyce with Sacramento Municipal Utility District. Once again, I manage the Electric Transportation Research Group. I like to show this picture with regards to, come on now. Having the same problem Laura had.
Not going?
Push the light.
I don't know what it is. Need new batteries.
There we go. This is an electric school bus. It's kind of fun for me to show this because the very, very first project I worked on at SMUD was electric school buses. And anybody that goes back way far, there was 15 what were called the Bluebird electric school buses that were brought into the state in the late 1990s. And you can see in the background there, if I can kind of go over here to the left, now it's going too well. But has a 480 volt DC charging system back there, and they were quite advanced for their time. There's a lot of issues with the battery packs way back when. They were still using lead acid batteries, which didn't work out, but there's been a long history of trying to support this transportation form in California, and I've had the pleasure of working on it for quite a while. There we go. They're better than I am. But that goes back a while. What have we done lately? At SMUD, we have been supporting our local community in a lot of their proposal efforts. We made a $1 million commitment to Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District and SAC-RT with regards to their proposal. That money was really to pay for the charging equipment and grid upgrades necessary to get the charging systems in place. Some of the other transit agencies locally were included in those efforts, which included Roseville, I think Yuba, and some of YOLO. More or less, the other thing I think it's important, we use some of our own AB 32 credit auction revenue, which is effectively some extra credits we had left over from the AB 32 program. And we're trying to use those in ways to reduce emissions further in our community. And this one really fit very well with regards to not only, I think, with the alignment of what Air Resources Board originally thought with those types of efforts, but also with our sense of community goals and how to support the region. In addition, we've been brought in on other proposal efforts. Mentioned SMAQMD, also organized an electric school bus proposal, had 3 different school grid bus organizations in that. Our group, along with our key accounts group, really went out and looked at what the necessary upgrade costs were to get the infrastructure in. I think it was kind of stated by the Foothill folks, really important when you try to get support, try and find out if your utility has electric transportation people. We're very specialized, really knowing what these applications are. I'll show later on, but things like low carbon fuel standard credits, we do a lot of support in just helping people calculate what those can be. And most of the other folks in, let's say, utility world don't even know what low carbon fuel standards, stands for. So a lot of the different things that we do in that fashion are very unique and try and find the transportation group. Also, you'll see we've already developed kind of one EV commercial rate without a demand charge. We kind of did it around a specific application, but you'll see it really helps kind of, in my mind, put a snapshot of these things called demand charges versus fixed fees. How do they all play out? Okay, see if my experts can, nope, they're better than I am. There we go. Okay, so graphically, demand charges. We really haven't talked about it. We've talked about power kW. That's really the size of the pipe. How fast do you want your electricity? How big? Costs at scale, and this is the whole thing. How big is the diameter of the pipe? Whereas kWh is really the water flowing through the pipe. So you've got to pay not only for the pipe itself, but you've got to pay for the water going through it, and they scale differently. This one really kind of shows you that you can kind of cross those over in a kind of a Venn diagram. If everything just ran continuously, you didn't have any variations up or down, you could actually create a base load type calculation and everything would be equal. But, different things vary at different times. Peaker capacity, transmission, transformers, once again, those are kind of scaling with the pipe versus all the things that you think about more on the commodity scaling with the energy. Other things we pay for to get it faster, you think about, okay, overnight delivery. I'm going to pay extra for that versus something where it takes 2 weeks to get there. A lot of different applications all have kind of very similar types of, price variation based on, how fast or how much we're going to get it. The next one, if they can change it for me again, they're doing better than I am, and I appreciate it. This really, when we look at kind of these charts, demand charges, energy only, if you take a look at the orange line, which is the one that starts off at 0, there is no demand charge in that line. You can see that it's actually lower up to a point. And that's because you have to build in all the cost of the pipe up front, and that really isn't taken into account there, but you get to an overall rate, and that rate in particular continues on a kind of a flat slope, so to speak. And once you get past a certain energy utilization, and it varies for each different rate class, you then end up having to pay more on a per kilowatt hour basis because it does have to cover that larger size pipe going forward. The demand charge, if you effectively go to the right side, you can see the yellow line actually is lower the farther out to the right you go, because effectively you've run more water or more electricity through the line, and it is basically in the denominator divides that cost off and makes it lower overall. So we really take a look at this, and like I said, the utilization rate, and this is one thing really unique to transportation applications, very often we don't have a very good utilization factor. Very on, it's you'll see the next chart I have, things like light duty DC fast charging can be down in the 10%. Most commercial loads that we have for like a manufacturing factory, they're all at 0.7, 0.8. So, these are the types of things that if you can run more chargers overnight, you can get a higher utilization on those types of applications. Or if you're running 2 fast chargers, making it go out longer versus just running one very shortly. These are the types of things. It's not that one's higher than the other. It's just that they play out differently with how much energy we run through them. Yes. Okay, I talked about one of the things we got hit with very on, and this is before the transit folks really were starting to get to the scene, so to speak, is we were also struggling with how do we support DC fast charging for the light duty vehicles running around. This is where you'll have a 50 kW load literally for 20 minutes, and you maybe only have one of those chargers an hour, or maybe even 5 a day, depending on how much it gets used. And so that really is one where you would have a very high demand for a very short period of time. And taking a look at all the different cost elements, we wanted to see what we could do to try to make that go to that left side of the chart that I just showed previous to that. So we designed a rate really to support that, the 20 kW to 299 kW. If you wonder why we range it like that, that's kind of a general class for a size of pipe. Very common for us to, have things grouped below 300 kW. I talked about the fact that it had a low utilization, had a 11% utilization factor. The other thing we really were looking at the time is the way the consumer protection and the way things are coming out in the Division of Measurement Standards for billing to gasoline style transactions. Really, how do you do on-peak versus off-peak? Gets very difficult. I can't imagine if you're filling your car up with gasoline and right in the middle of filling it up, you had a rate change. You'd get 2 different bills and, what's going on. So we were also trying to look really forward with, something that's flat all the time. And when we finally all get there, you'll be able to do that. So that, if you go back up the top, comes out to a flat 20 cents, 20.15 cents per kWh. The other one, to be officially correct, we also have what's called a system infrastructure fixed charge, $23 per meter that we have to throw in there with regards to the rest of our system infrastructure. But that was taking a real high demand, very short rate, flattening it out and getting to 20 cents. Next chart, Jason. All right. So we also, though, taking a look at transit operations, looking at our normal commercial rates that have demand charges and trying to get to a little bit higher utilization factors. We took a quantity of 10 80 kilowatt chargers, middle of the night, spreading those chargers out. We recognized that there would need to be some daytime fast charging. We had it kind of low at 200 kW, but when we averaged the 2 different rates for the nighttime with that, even with demand on 200 kW for short operations, you can see we're able to blend those out to about a 13 cent a kilowatt hour. And so this is where you're over on the right side of that previous chart. Now, they didn't scale. If you looked at it, the utilization factor crossover on the other one was somewhere around 32%. But it's just an example of how do you look at rates, how do you get your utilization factors up. If you can get your utilization factors up, you almost invariably come out better on the demand charge side. One other thing I'll just kind of talk, utility speak, we talk rates. kind of another way to think about rates in general is you're buying a commodity electricity, but I don't offer you electricity. What I offer you is a rate. The rate is what you buy your electricity in the form of what you have. For utility, a rate is our product. When we talk about a product offering, we offer you a rate. So you think about how many times when you're buying something, you're really, what is a product? We spend a lot of time on rate development. We have a lot of stuff. If you think about it, it's our product development. So all these different rates for different uses of electricity is really what we're looking at. Those are the different products we have to offer the market to essentially get access to the electricity that comes with that. Next chart. Okay, other people have talked about this. I'll just underscore it again. Other things utilities do, and we do this for any customer on a lot of stuff. Where do you site? Where are you going to put your charging infrastructure? The cheapest place is to try to get it to the easiest electrical access point. Really reduces the construction costs. If you can keep the trenching down and get it close to the transformers and the panels, that's some of the nuts and bolts to help keep it lower cost. We've all talked about really doing detailed rate operational analysis. This is where you start talking to the transportation experts at utilities, and they can really kind of hone in on different aspects, both on the analyses and then also ways to structure it. And I think a good example was Southern California Edison working with Foothill to try to change charging operations around the fast charging a little bit. Like I said, the last one, subject matter expert supports. Some of us at the utility have seen this for years. You might be seeing it for your first time and you don't know where to go to get additional information. But a lot of this utilities, we've seen it here, we've seen it with that transit company, particularly the big IOUs that could have multiple transit agencies in their service territory. They'll have lessons learned from one side to the other that, you can take advantage of. So, if you find the utility, you find their transportation arm, you'll be able to get a lot more information. I cut myself off. Summary, I don't know if I need to go back through this. At SMUD, we've done a lot of support for a long time. Obviously, utility rates and particularly demand charges are complex. Get to talk to your folks, do a case-by-case basis to get a sense of it all. And then really, there are a lot of rate options, flexibilities, and, that's where particularly the transportation and the key account advisors really have the ability to look at the rates to try to help you as much as possible. Thank you.
So I guess I'll take the opportunity while we're making the transition here. Marvin Moon from Los Angeles Department of Water and Power will be here a little bit later, probably after the lunch break. And so we will hear his perspective a little bit later today, and then he'll be here for the discussion element. By all means, go right ahead.
Hi, I was not aware of my presentation. It's right after all the experts from utility companies. So if my presentation sounds like a commercial or sponsored presentation, it is not. Sorry, I have to sit sideways. I was not smart enough to print out the paper copies for myself. So everybody here knows BYD from an EV perspective. So I guess I will start with some introduction on the general BYD overall. So BYD started in 1995 as a battery manufacturer. The first product of BYD is actually the nickel battery that were used for power tools. And started in 1995, and by 1998, BYD was already the world's largest power tool nickel battery supplier. We had about 98% market share globally. And after that, of course, that number shrinked a little bit, but we brought up other aspects as well. Right now, BYD is still the world's largest cell phone battery supplier in the world. We ship about 1.5 million pieces of cell phone battery every day. That's about 350 million pieces of cell phone batteries supply annually. So if you have a cell phone, very likely it will have a BYD battery in it. And other than supply battery to cell phones, BYD also are a world's second largest cell phone ODMs. So if you have the new Samsung Galaxy S7s, that's a BYD phone. And that's one part of BYD's revenue. The other part of the BYD is that what you are familiar with is vehicle manufacturing. So BYD is a very large, one of the largest vehicle manufacturer in China, and we sold about 600,000 cars. And you are familiar with BYD because BYD do electric vehicles, which is what we do exclusively on vehicle in US. We do pure electric vehicles. And BYD is the largest EV manufacturer in the world right now, bigger than Nissan or Tesla in terms of total electric vehicle sold in 2015. So that's two aspects contribute about 90% of BYD's revenue, and I'm representing the last 10%, which is what we call a new energy group. So BYD manufactures solar panels, BYD do energy storage systems, BYD manufacture LED lightings. So that aspect is what we call a new energy group. So talking about energy storage, this is where we are in terms of market share right now. This is a global market share that I quoted from Lux Research's 2015 October report. So in terms of megawatt, we're on the market share number 1 and market share number 2 in megawatt hours sharing in terms of total energy storage system deployed. And a little bit background about the battery we are using exclusively for electric vehicle and energy storage system. It's BYD's proprietary lithium iron phosphate battery. So the BYD manufactures all type of different batteries that are out there, power tools, cell phones, we do everything. But the reason why we chose lithium iron phosphate battery is that for 2 reasons. First, it's super long life cycles. We rate our battery at 6,000 cycles life, and in the lab, it has already run over 12,000 cycles already. What does that mean is that, given comparison, for a regular cell phone, the lithium battery in your cell phone regularly has about 800 cycles of life. So you know pretty much it is designed for 2 years of use, which is typical for US users. After 2 years, you get an upgrade for another phone, and the battery will die shortly after that. So our iron phosphate battery has 10 times longer cycle life than a regular lithium battery found in a cell phone. That's one. The second advantage is that it's totally safe and environmental friendly. So you can throw an iron phosphate battery pack into fire and it won't explode. This is super critical for public transit. If you're building a transit electric bus, you don't want to have that risk for battery explode. And it's total safe. Think about the volume that the public transit bus and the large-scale energy storage system have in terms of megawatt hours of battery. With a non-toxic and environmental friendly battery that BYD has, you create a much less impact at the end of the vehicle's life or at the end of the energy storage life. The impact to the environment will be much, much less. So moving on, BYD right now has 11 gigawatt hours of iron phosphate battery manufacturing capability that's running full power right now. So that's the largest battery factory in the world right now, multi-gigawatt hour factory. And we're planning to add on 6 gigawatt hours of capacity every year. So by the end of 2016, by the end of this year, we'll have 16 gigawatt hours. By the end of 2017, we'll have 22 gigawatt hours of iron phosphate battery manufactured capability. So most of them will still go into our electric vehicles, and with a small percent going into energy storage system. So I don't know why it all of a sudden becomes black and white. It should be color. Talk about the applications of energy storage system. People have different initial thoughts when it comes to them. A lot of people talk about energy storage and oh great, I can put it together with solar. If we ask people from CalISO, they will say, great, I can use it as a replacement of peaker to kill off the dot curve. If you ask my colleague Zach there, he said, great, I can put it behind the chargers to eliminate the peak charge or demand charge and use it as a backup power. So I think I can describe all the functions into different categories. And then how I categorized it is that I separated out into different aspects of the total electric grid, a view from a 3,000 top level view on the grid. So what does the grid have? It has generation, transmission, distribution, and it has consumption. In consumption, we have commercial applications and we have residential applications. So that's the 4 pie we see there. And when I was talking to Matt this morning, he suggests me to concentrate on the EV and charging related applications the energy storage system do. And when I look at it, it's pretty much every aspect that energy storage will be working to help to bring the big EV era to us. I'll give you an example. On the grid, the generation has to match the consumption at any given time. And with all the people, with all the EV owners and the facility operators, turning on and turning off devices, connect charging and disconnect charging at all their desired time, the load on the curve will actually be fluctuating. And the generation has to follow, otherwise we'll have problem with the frequency variations, with voltage variations. So that's why energy storage has been playing a big part in at least some of the market to help with the stabilizing the frequency and to stabilizing the voltage. I might sound a little negative on EV's impact, but totally not. I'm here to help. You see, the world is a so fantastic place. Everybody is working so hard to create jobs for other people. So we're here to present solutions. So from this view, I can start to talk about how in different category the energy storage system would help us to get there where the mass EV era is coming. So of course, on the generation, start with the generation. With energy storage systems, generators, especially with those renewable generators, will have the capability to be dispatched as desired. We know a common issue with the renewable generation today is that, for example, solar. Solar has its peak generation at the noontime, whereas the utilities or most of us who sit here want the peak generation to be at the afternoon hours. So that creates a need or creates a use case for energy storage systems. It does not need a very huge energy storage system. For each solar farm, you just maybe need 20% to move some of its peak in the noon to its afternoon hours generation. So that will create a dispatchable generation. And not to mention, for a lot of solar farms, pairing with the energy storage system will provide its local capability to provide ramp rate control. And it creates a capability for the solar farms to provide a confirmed capacity, 1 hour ahead or 24-hour ahead, confirmed capacity for generation. So that's on the generation side. For transmission distribution side, where I see where it's in the pink chart there, where it says power grid. So I want to talk about two applications. One is the frequency regulation, where BYD has been a dominant supplier in PJM market at least. So the frequency problem was created due to the unbalancing of the supply and the load. So that's where battery energy storage be a very mature application in. In 2015 alone, we have deployed more than 130 megawatts of battery storage to do frequency regulations, and that's in PJM alone. So it's already a very mature technology out there that's helping stabilizing the frequency. And the second application in power grid could be transmission and distribution network upgrade deferral application. So in Bill's presentation, he mentioned the example on why there was demand charge, mentioned the example of pipe and water. So I name an example here again. So we are doing a project with ConEd on the East Coast, and it's a distribution deferral project. The background of this project is that the pipe is too small feeding into Queens when in the summertime, when they may be 20 days out of a year, where the pipe is not big enough to feed the peak power into Queens. So they face the choices, they face the decisions to make. Either they spend $50 million and 10 years to upgrade the distribution network to increase the size of the pipe to satisfy the 20 days out of a year's demand, or they can do something else. So they choose the latter. They purchase the energy storage system, which serves like a local pond or reservoir. So you, at the peak hour, you don't need to use that pipe to bring water from outside of Queens. You can use that local pond of water, which is an energy storage system, to provide that difference in the peak power, difference between the pipe and the actual load in Queens. So that's one of the very first pilot of using energy storage systems to do a supplement or to do a distribution investment deferral to serve the peak management system for the local utility. So moving on, I want to talk about the commercial applications, which is a lot of us faces when we try to promote customers with new electric vehicles or with new other equipment. Because honestly, I know when our BYD colleagues at BYD trying to go out want to promote electric buses, a lot of challenge was facing them, and the utility presentations before me have also mentioned about that problem as well. So I think here, energy storage system is also a very mature solution to help with that problem. Of course, it comes with the extra investment on it. So right now, the easiest or the most straightforward application for energy storage system on a commercial application is to do peak shavings. And we have an example with BYD ourselves. BYD campus in China is a facility with about 100 megawatt peak demand manufacturing campus. So what we did is we built ourselves a 20 megawatt, 440 megawatt hours energy storage system to serve the peak shaving and load shiftings. So in our campus in China, aside from the peak shavings, we're also doing load shiftings. So in campus there, it has one peak, two off peak, and the rest, two partial peak and the rest are off peaks. So by doing peak shaving and load shifting alone, we are seeing about 7 years payback without any government incentives. So I think this is a mature enough and economical enough solutions for commercial users to bring down peak shavings. Especially in California, we have these S-chip incentives that will further reduce the return on investment for commercial applications doing peak shaving. And One level above peak shaving applications, a lot of our customers is upgrading the energy storage system into a microgrid system. So that will bringing in solar systems. And pairing the energy storage system with solar system, you create a microgrid system where you could be independent on power. So not only you don't need to pay for peak demand charge, you are also generating the energy for yourself, and you are still grid connected if you choose to and use them as backup power. But this brings the total confidence and independence of power. No worry about peak demand anymore. No worry about power outage anymore. So that's the two most common seen and two most mature applications in terms of what energy storage technology can do on commercial systems. And of course, the last spot is residential. Residential nowadays, from what we see, does not represent a huge problem. But with the commercial electric vehicle keep developing, it could be a potential problem because people's going off work and go home at about 4 to 7 and start to plug in their electric vehicles. That will actually increase the afternoon peak. So as technology provider on both energy storage and on EV, we are working very hard to promote smart charging and residential energy storage systems. With the two of them playing together, we can help eliminate the afternoon peak, or at least ease that afternoon peak by a very big margin with the technology, with the smart charging and the energy storage, a residential energy storage technology being in place. So I think I pretty much used up my time, and if you have any questions or want to discuss about energy storage applications, feel free to grab me. I'll be around for the rest of the today. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Hey everybody, I'm Mark Triplett. I'm from Green Charge Networks. We're the leading commercial industrial energy storage solution provider in the country. We sell and install, in often cases we don't sell, we actually own and operate energy storage systems for commercial industrial customers. It's actually free to the customer, so we'll talk a little bit about that. And I don't want this to be a sales pitch. This is all about EV. We've got a lot of experience with EV. Oops, sorry, I'm a little closer. How's that? There we go. So we've got about 50 megawatts of energy storage distributed across our 80 or 90 sites across the United States. About half of them have EV charging on them. About a little over half of them actually have solar as well. So we actually manage all three at the same time when we do our implementations. We're a private company. We're well funded. We have good access to capital. So we'll jump to a few slides because I have a lot of material, but I think all of it is very relevant to exactly what you guys are doing. Bingo. Just an example of some customers that we have, kind of the ones on the left are municipalities that have electric vehicles. These are electric vehicle charging stations. These are DC fast chargers for just residential type cars, not buses. We have not implemented a bus opportunity yet. We primarily work with cities. Schools is our biggest sector. We also deal with a lot of commercial, industrial, retail customers as well. I think you guys probably have beaten this one to death a little bit between a kilowatt and a kilowatt hour, so you got a good understanding of this. This is just a bit of an example so that you can actually see the difference. So the kilowatt is the highest peak, orange peak there, and you have different peaks for different, whether you're off peak, during your partial peak time, or your peak period through the day, or your peak period through the day. So you may have multiple peak periods, and you may have multiple maximum charges. So whenever you reach that highest peak in any 15-minute interval in a 30-day billing period, That's what the utility says, that's the size of the pipe I need to run electricity to your site. And so what happens oftentimes, well, what happens with every single one of our customers when they install an electric vehicle charging station, their peak demand charge goes up. The storage system on the left and the green is kind of what energy storage does, is it actually charges and discharges in anticipation or immediate reaction to charging to be able to reduce those peaks. So if it starts to peak, the energy storage system just throws a bunch of electricity at that charger that's being charged, so the grid really doesn't see that peak. The grid just sees a pretty steady state amount of electricity coming in, so those peaks actually get lopped off. And that's where our business is. Our business is about implementing charging electric storage solutions or storage systems so that we can reduce those overall peaks for our end customers. And our business is, we share the savings. That's our business. Our other side of our business is you can buy the system from us, we'll operate it for you, and you can take all of the savings. So it helps the utility in that they don't have to build out the capital infrastructure that Michael was talking about. It helps you so you can reduce your demand charges. It helps the environment in terms of, and everybody in the rate base in not having to, increase the infrastructure to be able to support you and your customers. This is just a picture of a handful of sites so you can get a little bit of a visual of what EV does to your base load. The top two are a couple of cities that put in electric vehicle charging stations, and you can see the kind of the base load, the kind of the heavy low set of orange, and then you see these crazy spikes for these 15-minute or 30-minute charging sessions that take place with these customers. 7-Eleven's really interesting, same thing, electric vehicles, but the super peak that we didn't realize, it was kind of interesting, caught us was on July 11th, which is 7-Eleven, is Free Slurpee Day. And Free Slurpee Day gets going, they had this peak that went through the roof. It was like an $11,000 day for them. So, we let them know that as one of the results. When we show the savings to the customers, we actually give you a visual like this, but it actually shows what's been shaved, and we brought it to their attention what Slurpee Day costs for your other 8,000 stores across the country. Part of the challenge with demand charge is it is built into your rate. The rate-related demand charges continue to climb. This is just a sample tariff for large commercial industrial type customers. You see that the rates across the IOUs continue to grow. And it sounded like there was a lot of really cool rate optimization or rate analysis going to take place and help the EV folks. We've got a full rate database. We analyze all the different rates, and we actually analyze your load profiles. We've done well over 10,000 different analyses of different businesses that either had solar or had EV charging or didn't have either, but were they a good candidate for energy storage solutions? What we provide is hardware and software. We actually operate these systems. I'm just going to run through them kind of quick, but just to give you a little bit of a visual of what we do. The smaller systems are like this unit here. It's about the size of a refrigerator, a little bit taller. It's a 30 kilowatt system, and it's great for small electric car EV charging. For your type systems, we have another system that I didn't actually grab a picture of. It's the size of it's a 250-500 system, so 250 kilowatt hour, or it could be multiples of that. It's about the size of a parking spot that you would need for space to put that system down. We provide the hardware, and we're hardware agnostic, so we work with the Teslas and the Samsungs, and we don't work with BYD, but man, you guys got a lot of stuff we got to talk. Prices must be good. And we work with SAFT and a handful of other suppliers, different inverter manufacturers. Depending on the services that are being provided, whether you're doing like frequency regulation, PJM market, you generally need a different inverter, a different battery type with a different duration compared to somebody who's using EV charging. So we pair the right equipment, the right battery type, the right chemistries with the right service of what's that battery supposed to do for the next 10 to 15 years. So it's hardware, and I'll go through these in a little bit, kind of in a row, but it's hardware, it's software, and then we actually have a network operations center where we operate these systems 24/7, and we optimize them. And part of the optimization isn't just shaving peaks. We actually do get involved in a lot of utility programs. We're involved in each of the IOU utility programs in California in terms of demand response. We're involved in Cal ISO demand response programs and resource adequacy programs. So we get involved in generating other revenue from that battery storage system if you're not fully using it to reduce your demand charge, and we share those savings as well. So our goal is how can we generate the maximum revenue from these systems, provide grid services and local services to our local customers, and share that savings across the board. This is just a view of our software. You can see the green and the orange kind of peaking there. So what we show you is the green with the orange. If you didn't have the orange in there, the whole thing would be green, and that would be your normal energy usage for a day. With the energy storage system, the software optimizes, anticipates normal usage, and reacts immediately to spikes and reduces those spikes. So what the utility bill actually will show is just the green part that's listed there, and the orange is when we're discharging the batteries, reducing the amount of load. So you can see how much peak has actually been reduced, and you can get a real-time view of how much electricity you use. What's your bill look like? What's the last 3 months look like? What's last week? What's today? You can drill into the last 15 minutes and see what's happening to your electricity. So we get data every minute in real time and continue to update and monitor the systems. So that's our software. We have over 200,000 hours of operating field experience across the states. And we've got about 30 patents in our optimization algorithm. So we've got a lot of experience kind of doing this and trying to optimize the revenue stream. The hardware itself, it can be a single system or a series of systems. It can be small systems, large systems. And part of our analysis, looking at your overall site, we look at your regular base load. If you're looking to add in a bunch of EV chargers, we can actually simulate those as well and try to size the optimal size system for your site. And with that, we determine the number of battery storage systems that are necessary. And the financing piece of it is, frankly, it's to you, there's no lease payment, there's no upfront payment, there's just an energy savings component. And so what we do is we save you, $1,000 a month. We get a portion of that. You get a portion of that. Our portion to pay off our expenses to install the capital equipment and to operate it, and you get the portion for participating. There are some California state subsidies called the Self-Generation Incentive Program, so a lot of the costs are actually offset through this SCHIP program, which reduces the overall cost of the system and allows us to share a good portion of those savings to you. You can take advantage of the SCHIP program, submit an application, we can do it for you, and you can buy the system if you want to, take the SCHIP credit and implement the system. And we can run the analysis both ways to tell you your return on investment, how long till you get your money back, and you get 100% of that free cash flow. So we're happy to do those analysis. There's no fee associated with this at all. So in Redwood City, they put in a car charging station. They wanted to do it because there was a lot of demand. Silicon Valley, there's a lot of electric vehicles. The local communities and cities are trying to put in EV charging stations where appropriate, usually parking garages or sometimes at their headquarters, whatever, an administrative building for employees and such. And so they went out and they bought an EV charger, and they had no idea the demand charge impact. Came to us, and actually, the EV charging company, we do partner with a lot of EV charging companies, came to us and said, hey, we need your help. These guys got a little surprise. Can you come in and do a PEA, where a power efficiency agreement, drop in an EV charger and reduce these demand charges and their overall costs, because they didn't anticipate it. So we did that. You can see this is an actual chart from some month. I don't know when it was, but we just grabbed those off the screen. But you can see the different charging periods of time, and the reduction is in the orange, of course. And so we save about, I think, $7,000 per site per year. And this is just with a single small charging system. You guys are probably focused on the fast chargers, so we'll talk a little bit about that. So we did I had one of the analysts just run a quick simulation yesterday. I didn't realize I was speaking here until just a couple days ago. So the guys kind of put something together for me here. So we'll work our way through it. Let me take my glasses off. All right. Oh, okay. So this simulation is if you have a 500 kW charging station and you're going to charge every 10 minutes, and then you wait another 10 minutes, and another bus comes in, charges for 10 minutes, and then on and off, right? So what you got to take a look at how the utility bills is, well, if it's a 15-minute interval based on your bill today, and I understand that it could change to a shorter period than that, but let's assume it's a 15-minute interval. If it's a 15-minute interval, what you actually see is on the far left, the tall kind of greenish bar is in the first 10 minutes when you're charging, you're actually pulling 500 kilowatt hours for a 10-minute period, or 500 kilowatts for a 10-minute period. And then it drops to 0. So over the first 30 minutes, you average about 333 kilowatts. So your demand charge went up 333 kilowatts. In the next 30 minutes, though, you're actually idle for 10 minutes. You're charging once, and then you're idle for 10 minutes. So the next 30 minutes or 2 15-minute blocks, it actually drops down. But this would be the increase in your demand charge above your base load of how you normally run your business, whatever your electricity bill will be. If you input 250 kilowatt and 250 kilowatt hour system, so a 1 hour 250 kilowatt capacity system, you'd end up reducing the overall demand charges by 83 kilowatt hours, which is about $15,000 to $30,000 in annual savings. Now this is a perfect scenario. If you charge exactly 10 minutes and a second later or a couple seconds later you stop charging for 10 minutes. So this is a very precise, if you were perfect in your charging patterns, you would save just $15,000 to $30,000. However, most folks aren't going to be exactly 10 on, 10 off. So this model assumes that you charge for about 10 minutes plus or minus 2 or 3 minutes, then you don't charge, and another bus comes around or whatever, and about 10 minutes plus or minus 2 or 3, and you can see quite a bit of variation, and you can actually get to a point where you're charging quite a bit throughout a 30-minute period, and that demand charge, the average demand charge, could raise close to the top of the 500 kilowatts, and if you had a 250 kilowatt and 250 kilowatt hour system, you'd save about 225 kilowatts because you'd pull that energy off of the energy storage system rather than from the grid. This is probably a more typical pattern. The impact to you is about $40,000 to $80,000 a year, depending on what tariff you're on. And this is kind of standard tariffs. This does not include the special tariffs that are taking place. Obviously, this is just us going and looking at kind of standard tariffs. So this is my last slide. So just a couple things. So what we do is we provide all types of evaluation services. We have a tariff database. All we ever really need from anybody is you to sign a little form that says we can go to Utility API and go get your meter data, so you don't have to go get it. There's a space that allows us to go get it for you. And we take the last 12 months, we analyze your existing pattern of usage, and then we'll spend time with you saying, what are you going to put in? You can put in 1 charger, 2 chargers, 3. What do you think the usage is going to be? And we model all of that, and we actually build you a profile that says, here's what your electricity bill is probably going to look like based on your usage patterns. And we can do a sensitivity analysis to say, well, we don't know if it's exactly 10 minutes or it's 10 minutes plus or minus 3 minutes. We don't know. We can do a sensitivity analysis to analyze that and show you the impact on your overall bill, probably. And we can model any of the tariffs that we're talking about, including potential tariffs. So we certainly can do those as well. We can also work with the utilities to help model these things and say what works best for the customers. We're happy to do that as well. And do that analysis and just give you a feel of, is energy storage worthwhile for you? And we'll actually say, here's the size of the system, here's the cost of the system if you want to buy it. If you don't want to buy it and you want us to own it and operate it, we'd share the savings, and here's how much you would save, and here's how much we would share to offset our capital expenditure to make it happen. So that's what we do for a living. I hope this was applicable and informative for you guys. Any questions? I'll take them whenever we open it up.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Only if Marvin were here. Oh, matter of fact, he is. So I'm going to ask Marvin to go ahead and give his presentation, and then we'll take our lunch break, and then we'll come back and give you time to sort of download some of this information, formulate your questions, and then we can and see what we can have a robust discussion. So please take notes on any questions you might have. And again, we're looking for opportunities and solutions. So if you have specific issues that are relevant to transit or fleet management types of issues, those are the things we're quite interested in discussing and learning about. So Marvin, are you ready? All right.
Oh, I'm ready. Now I'm ready. And I just turned off the presentation. How do we get back? You're destructive. I'm very destructive. Okay. All right. Well, how's everybody today? Okay, I'm pushing against lunch, so I understand. I'm Marvin Moon. I'm Director of Power Engineering for LA Water and Power, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the utility perspective on EV charging, just touch on it. What's the story on rates? I know you've heard probably a whole row of rate discussions on that, but I'll just touch briefly on that. A little bit on infrastructure and standards, and then opportunities for savings and collaboration. So, okay, so why does the utility care about, or at least water and power care about electric vehicles? You know, who couldn't argue with 75% less greenhouse gases compared to gasoline or even diesel? And the cost of fuel is so low. I mean, it's like 1/3, well, it depends on the price of gas, that's jumping up and down, but 1/3 the price of gasoline. Builds new industry jobs, integration of renewable energy, I'll touch on that in a second, new green energy. But you know, being just selfish from a utilities perspective, it sells electricity. It's worth about half a house. Every car is worth about half a house. And a bus is worth about 20 cars. So that's really cool, about 10 houses. Okay, so everyone knows what's cool about these cars is, in LA anyway, several studies have shown that electric vehicles anyway, the light duty, charge off peak. 89% of it's off peak, 80% of it's off peak, and it's the only program that we have of 8 different programs. If you look at our integrated resource plan online, it's all the programs we have going. It's the only program that has the potential to lower the cost for everybody, whether you drive an EV or not, because if you have a cents per kilowatt hour, if it doesn't cost you much to service it because it's off peak, because we have so much capacity, then the kilowatt hours get big at the denominator, so the whole cents per kilowatt hour goes down. That's if you have a lot of electrification. So that little graph on the right there, that's actually right out of our integrated resource plan, showing the cost of electricity going down for all customers. And on the left side, you probably heard a little bit about solar getting to be a big thing. The bottom graph is how we have to ramp down our generation because we're going to have so much solar. In fact, 2,000 hours a year, we're anticipating we're going to have too much solar. We don't have it yet, but in a few years, it'll be that way. That's every day. So what could be better than giving out price signals for cars to charge at that time? So that's another reason why EVs are important to us, and especially like workplace charging, or buses for that matter. Okay, so I mentioned that buses are worth, you know, it depends, but typically 20 light-duty vehicles. A lot of the charging is done off-peak. Midday charging can work when we get into that solar situation, and of course, smart charging will help as well. So I used to work in the efficiency group, and they always teach you some really basic things. How do you save money? Well, first thing you do is do it as efficiently as you can, and electric transportation is extremely efficient compared to gasoline. That's where you get that 3 or 4 to 1 difference. Just from all that lost heat. And then if you don't need it, turn it off. That goes without saying. And use the electricity when it's cheap. This is so elementary, it's pathetic, but everything's built on these principles. Buy it off peak. Sign up for dynamic pricing or demand response if your utility has it. And then make your own electricity if you can. And of course, energy storage, you just heard a great discussion on that as well. But the key point is that the EV buses, the competition for EV buses is other technology. Everyone's buying the CNG vehicles. How does the total cost of ownership compare to that? And fuel is a component of it. Obviously, maintenance theoretically is less on electric. The purchase price, and there's all sorts of programs to help on the first cost and on moving forward. Okay, so this is just the typical rate type thing for our time of use rates. 14 hours a day is the low peak. We have a discount rate, so if you have charging in the off-peak period, we'll discount an additional 2.5 cents, which is very cool. So that's 58% of the time is low peak. All day, weekends, is off-peak and holidays as well. Then we have 2 shoulder periods, and then the on-peak is only 4 hours that you're trying to avoid. Okay, obviously demand charges is the utility's way to recover all the infrastructure they put to deliver large quantities of power, no matter how frequently you use it. And it may or may not be time sensitive, depends on the rates and the utilities. But the key thing is every utility is different, and you just have to look at it. And this little chart in the right here, this was, I got this from Nissan when they were comparing their DC fast charging. It was a 60 kW load with an assumed common charging pattern. And the message I have here, if you look, the demand charges vary everywhere from $1,600 to $16 to $1,400. Well, the message I'm trying to say is, again, every utility is different, and they're going to recover their costs one way or the other. So if they get it one way, it'll be another. But I'm just saying you have to look at the whole package. Okay, so if we're concerned about that, what are some different charging strategies? Obviously, you know, rates help, but then there's a lot of simple, low-cost, no-cost things you can do to, for example, you maximize your off-peak charging, obviously. May work for midday stuff eventually, too, when you have that solar surplus. Tie into other large buildings. This work, in other words, if you have the ability and you're tied into the service of an electric big building, if you have the ability to shut off the air conditioning while you're charging, doing a 20-minute charge, or turn off some pumps or some fans or something like that, that would essentially wipe out those demand charges because there is no difference. But the only problem is it only works for 1 or 2 vehicles. When you get up to anything of scale, then you're not in that situation. Sign up for the demand response program. You know, one thing that's interesting is everyone thinks of demand response as turning things off, but you're going to see moving forward, everything's going to change. It's going to be turning things on. Signals both ways, up and down. Obviously, rotate charging. You talked about that with the route type charging. Slower charging to get those demand charges down. Use the charger as often as possible. When you have a flat load factor, that means it's not varying very much. That your rates start drifting down, and of course new technologies at the end of the day. So the bottom line, folks, is talk to your utility, find out what your situation is, describe your charging pattern, and find out what rate works for you and what things you can do. Some things don't cost much at all to keep those rates down. Okay, let's talk a little about infrastructure. Obviously, you have to install chargers for this stuff, and most of them are pretty large. They're 60 kW and up, and so sometimes you have to bring in a new service because the facility that's at is probably just a yard where they keep trucks and buses, and so you probably have to bring a separate service in. So again, most utilities have an allowance. If they see the load there, and most of these allowances, at least for the line extensions and the transformers, are based on how big a load you're bringing in. Their assumption is they're going to make some money that will pay for that investment that they make. And then some things aren't covered by that allowance, and so obviously you have to pay for that as well. Then check the rate options, and then there's all sorts of funding out there. The government grants, the Energy Commission, AQMD, CEC, whatever, DOE, utility incentives, I'll talk about that in a second, low carbon fuel credits, which you probably got a big discussion on, and of course the federal tax credits back. It was gone since 2013. They just put it back in a few months ago, and commercial agencies, at least those that do pay taxes, can take advantage of a 30% tax credit up to $30,000 a year. Okay. Let me talk briefly about standards. I learned something yesterday. This is really interesting. None of you have heard this, I'm sure. When we talk about standards, a lot of chargers are done, everyone's heard of the J1772 plug for the 120 volt, 240 volt stuff, and that goes up pretty high, maybe as much as you can cram through that wire. The other standard, of course, is the DC fast charging with the CHAdeMO and the SAE combo. But there's a new standard that's being worked on, and this is actually being spearheaded by the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach. It's interesting, they learned a lot when they figured out how to plug in chips. And in fact, they led the charge worldwide, and now all the big ports around the whole world use the standard that they started. And as a landlord, they have all these shipping companies that have landlords. They have to have standards as far as what they'll work with, what they're going to install, so that when the leases change and new people move in, or when the technology changes, they buy a new bus vendor with their own different charging cords and so on, they want to settle on something that's going to work every time. And it's going to work for drayage trucks, which are big container semis, or it's going to work for yard trucks, which are little trucks that push the containers around. It's going to work for large forklifts. It's going to work for everything. So they're working on a standard, which is a a 480 volt plug that's 250 amps that they're going to say any vendor that comes in there with heavy duty has to be able to hook into that plug. Now, the problem is some trucks have, and buses and whatever, have the inverters on board. In fact, a lot of the smaller ones do. Some of the bigger ones don't, and they have to have a separate inverter, kind of like a DC fast charger type thing, or some have different strange voltages. So they don't want anything in the ground as a landowner that they're going to have to rip out when the next vendor comes in. So they're saying if you have auxiliary equipment, if it's not on the vehicle, if you have auxiliary equipment, you have to get a cart with wheels. And maybe it services more than one vehicle or not, but at the end of the day, one end of that's going to plug into this universal port, this 480 volt port. The other port's going to go to the vehicle that you're trying to service. So that's their method of heavy duty, high amperage standards. And that's something that we really need to think about as operators and fleet owners, is what are we going to put in there, because the technology changes. Every vendor wants to use their own plugs. And so at least what are we building into the buildings? So something to think about. Okay. A little bit about what Water Power is doing to support infrastructure. We've installed over 300 level 2 chargers on city property, including all sorts of landmark buildings. We've installed 16 DC fast chargers in and around LA. These chargers the idea is if you have that kind of car, you can get anywhere in LA and not run out of power. And right now, they've been free for the last few years. It's very, very popular. In fact, they're some of the most used chargers in the state. And we've had residential rebates for the last 4.5 years for EV chargers, commercial rebates, and grants for heavy duty. So what's next? Obviously, education and outreach is huge, and that's why we're here today, to learn from each other. Because honestly, folks, the utilities need to hear from you guys what are your needs. Obviously, and that's more than just we need a good rate, but we need to understand how you use the car, how you use the buses, the charging patterns, and the economics we're trying to beat, because we're trying to be competitive with natural gas. The other thing is the city's made a big commitment to fleet. In fact, in 5 years, we'll have about 1,600 plug-in vehicles, light duty, in the city of Los Angeles. And this is the really cool news, and this is where it gets to the buses. Our board just approved a big rebate program, the biggest we've ever had for electric vehicle infrastructure. They've approved $21.5 million. It's for the next 2.5 years. So we're giving, on the light duty end, for level 2 chargers, up to $4,000 per charger, and a site can have up to 20 chargers. That's very generous. It pays for most of the installation. Then layer that on top of the tax credits if you're an agency that pays taxes, and you could actually make money on this thing. Residential, we still support residential charging. We're getting $500 per charger. That rebate went down a little bit because the chargers are getting cheaper. But we also have heavy duty incentives, and they're not very well defined, and that's why we're all ears, but those are available as well. So those conclude my remarks, and I'm anxious to hear from you folks as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'll say thank you for the panel for making the presentation. I think we covered quite a few items. I will reserve some questions till later. We did schedule a lunch break so that we would come back, let's see, at 1:30. We did that in part knowing that we might go a little long. So I want to go ahead and honor that time because, again, we are webcasting. So we will try to return at 1:30, and you guys can work out some of your deals on the side over there. And then we'll come back with our questions and learn more, I think, as part of it, and discuss issues and questions and see where we can proceed and find opportunities. Hey, can you confirm with Yachin everybody's ready over there?
I think it is working. That means only the panelists get to talk.
One question. Email Sarah.
Okay, I would like to get started pretty soon. And while everybody's getting to their seat, we are facing a small technical difficulty. Our roving mics are not syncing right now, so we'll resolve that. And because of that, I think we'll just modify a little bit how we approach this, but I think we'll be okay. So could you please take your seats? All right. We could do that if we have to. Yeah, so the next item on the agenda is the transit agency's needs and concerns. As many of you know, we've been working with the transit agencies for some time, and the ARB is looking at and has proposed a rule that would require a phase-in of zero-emission buses over the next 25 years into transit fleets. So obviously this is related to that, and for future planning documents, we're also looking at trucks, and those are things that we'll be areas that we'll be looking at more closely in the future, and there's incentive funding and other things in that area. So yesterday we had two meetings. One was associated with the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program to essentially educate interested parties on how that program works, and so there's going to be some discussion about it. So I figured I could just give a quick overview of that. So that program is reducing carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions associated with our fuel, so the refiners have to reduce carbon intensity. And the way that program works is that when renewable fuel producers make renewable fuel, they can generate credits. Transit fleets themselves can generate credits by using alternative fuels, liquid fuels, gaseous fuels, and by using electricity in a bus or producing even some of their own hydrogen, because producing hydrogen on site is a viable option. So we'll be talking a little bit about that program. That kind of sets the stage. It's relatively new in terms of in the transit arena and how to generate these credits. The program has been around for a little while. So if there's any questions about that, I think I could probably cover some of those issues. And then in the afternoon, we met with what we call an Advanced Clean Transit Workgroup, and that's all interested parties in what we're doing in terms of buses. There are obviously some implications as to what that might mean for other heavy-duty sectors, but we are approaching the bus effort specific to how buses are used, and the transit fleet concerns are going to be a little bit different than private entities depending on how they use trucks and other things like that. So at that meeting yesterday, we discussed briefly what are some of the issues that we would want to discuss today. And so part of my takeaway from that is that there was a challenge even identifying what kind of questions I think we need to be asking. And so I think a lot of the same issues that you might expect when you're looking at, and some of the issues that have already been addressed is how do we get some certainty in how you can estimate what your future might look like if you're going to take on a battery electric bus project. There was a comment made, I think, a little earlier about that we're focused on electric buses, and usually when I use that term loosely, we do include fuel cell buses. They're electric drive, although the way you use your energy is slightly different, and there's a storage capability to it. And again, electrolysis in terms of hydrogen production in particular is dependent on electricity, and so those are very interrelated. So to the extent that that fits into the discussion today, I think it's extremely relevant. Foothill has experience, obviously, operating the buses. I think we heard some comments earlier today, and so to the extent that we can discuss, what are ways that we can get either a transit fleet that's already operating zero-emission buses or battery buses, or one that's looking forward, is what's the best way to get the right information from the utility and how to work together. I heard a lot of positive things about contact us, we'll work with you. It seems like it'd be one-on-one kind of thing. I do want, and the issue came up, I think, even just today about the AirB's spreadsheet on different rates and how they work. If I can go to the utility and get the information I need, I still might not know what questions I need, and we think that spreadsheet might actually be helpful for that, and so I think we can do something with it to make it maybe available to anybody, to make it easier to kind of say, okay, what are the issues? Am I using the right rate that belongs to me? If I understand this, I probably get a perspective on what strategy I might want to use, because I don't know that all transits have looked at what strategy they might consider. It really depends on their operation, their basic philosophy, their willingness to take risks. And then questions, I think other issues that I think were related and have come up in past meetings I think they've been answered today, but I would like the panel to potentially comment on them, and I think I'll just ask some of the questions more directly. It's the uncertainty when we were looking at how to evaluate the cost of operating a bus over time was about the 15-minute interval in terms of measuring the demand, because that can dramatically change your cost analysis and assumptions. And what I heard today is that none of the utilities use anything shorter than a 15-minute interval at this point. That can change in the future, but that would likely be, and so I want to confirm, I guess, would that be, if that were to change, would that likely be through a proceeding process, or would it be the fact that the utility has the language in there that next week I could be faced with a 5-minute interval on my bill instead of a 15-minute interval? Is there any discussion on that? Do you want to, I'm looking for answers, and maybe, I don't know if we have to ask each utility, or is it really the same answer for all of them?
Well, probably the CPUC can answer that, but
Okay.
my understanding of this particular issue is that we would have to seek some sort of specific rate design. It would go through a proceeding. These proceedings last typically 12 to 18 months, so I don't think that would be something that would be entered into lightly in any case, and the proceedings take that long.
Okay.
And on the public power side, same thing. Any rate change would go through a public process. Typically takes 18 to 2 years to fully vet.
Ours is a little bit different. Our tariff language actually allows us to bill at a 5-minute interval if we wanted to. We don't do that right now. I'm working with our rate design team to determine if that is something that we would want to do in the future if we ever see moving to 5 minutes. My understanding is that based on logistics, it would just be difficult for us to actually measure based on 5 minutes, so that is why we stick with the 15-minute. But I guess in terms of a formal answer, that's yet to be determined, and we're exploring that based on these questions.
And I guess I'm going to be a little more challenging then. So if I'm going to look, we are looking at the cost of any individual project, and frankly, we're trying to do it for the entire state. If we're going to look at the next 12 years and say we're going to presume that on the fast charge that we find there's a practical way for a fleet or the bus software to manage the charging so that they can average less than the 500 in the example of a fast charge, and the average would be 2/3 of that or even half. Should frankly the ARB be saying, no, we're going to go ultra conservative and we're going to go with the presumption that the demand charge will be based essentially on the meter rating because charging less than 5 minutes would never make sense? Or should we say, because standard practice is to use 15-minute intervals and it's not likely to change, that it is more reasonable to use the current practice of using the 15-minute window? And so I don't know if we need, well, I would like to have the answer if you're comfortable with that. But to me, I think that's just one of those questions because that can make a pretty substantial difference. And so that does present an area of uncertainty that frankly we would want to know what's the best way to look at it. So we will look for an answer to that and on how we do that. So I don't know if anybody's comfortable.
I'm comfortable.
Providing some certainty.
We have
Okay.
no interest in going to 5 minutes at this time. I'd go with what the rates is published. I didn't even know that 5-minute discussion was viable until this panel came up, so we're good at 15 for a long time.
And we're exploring it. So we're
Okay.
doing our internal diligence. Our tariff does allow us right now to charge at 5-minute intervals, but we don't do that. We charge at 15.
Okay. Do you want to add anything?
I'm going to ask my SDG&E colleague, Nathan, to maybe describe the VGI rate. I know that's an hourly resolution.
VGI rate. So the VGI rate that we proposed is an hourly rate that is forecasted a day ahead using a base commodity with the Cal ISO commodity rate for each hour of the following day. And then there's adders that are unique to the top 200 congested hours of a particular circuit, and an additional adder for the top 150 hours of system capacity, system congestion. So you could have a rate that has for a specific, it's developed for our Power Your Drive program for light duty charging, that could have super low rates in the middle of the afternoon when we have high renewables on our grid, but that could be much higher on those days where the circuit and the system may be congested simultaneously, because those adders can be added separately or together. So it really encourages the charging at those times when there is capacity as well as low-cost commodity on the system, and discourages charging when it's more congested. And those are published to each driver for each day for the following day.
Okay. Go ahead.
So Tony, I think your question was getting at 2 points. So at the high level, I think from a cost certainty standpoint, because the PUC regulates the electric utilities rates and it has to go through a due diligence of a proceeding, examining assumptions and hearing witnesses, there isn't a possibility of on just one day there being a total surprise in terms of the operational costs of the fleets. I can't say whether or not we could ensure a 12-year window of a certain set of rates.
Sure.
But from our graphs that we were seeing earlier in the morning, both in Amy's presentation and with Jana's presentation, our rates are more stable than what we would otherwise have seen in the petroleum district that was that volatile curve for diesel.
Yes.
The second point I think that you're referring to is the different components of the rate. And so I asked Nathan to provide the basics of the VGI rate design, because as we heard from this morning across, I think we have 6 utilities here, there are a bunch of different components that could recover the costs of the utilities infrastructure. And so I was taking notes during the session earlier. So from a demand charge standpoint, you could vary from not having a demand charge at all. You could not have it during the off-peak time. You could have a demand charge that occurs at any given 15-minute or 5-minute interval. It could also be location-specific. On the energy rate side, you could have something like the VGI rate, which is hourly based or even more dynamic in the real time or during different time periods of the day, or as we saw in, I think, SMUD's case, flat. And then, of course, as you alluded to, the 5 or 15-minute time resolutions upon which the demand charge would be based. Like there are a bunch of different components, and so we have to consider like those two as separate but very tied components. The fact that we can plan for a few years out and also plan for like daytime operations.
Understood. No, and I got the impression from the graphs that we saw today, electricity prices over time are rather stable and they fluctuate less than most of the fuels that we're already using in transportation. And so to a degree, that provides some certainty and predictability. I know there's advantages to that. So right now, a month ago, I was thinking like, okay, there's a lot of uncertainty what we can expect in the future. In that regard, it doesn't look like that based on what we saw today. The uncertainty on the 5-minute interval can make a 30% change in your cost just because of one day. And that can obviously have a pretty big swing in terms of whether a project makes sense or doesn't make sense and things like that. So, but because the rate proceedings are every few years, if the state wanted to, you can say, look, we're going to use 15-minute intervals and make it clear there's no 5-minute interval in the future, potentially, if it makes sense, obviously. So I'm not suggesting anything to, we obviously are, again, maybe it's not obvious. I think one of our goals are, if we can do things, there's synergies that we can take advantage of where we can see cost reductions both on the ratepayer side and the end user side. That because of those potential benefits, let's move forward in a way that we can be on the right side of that particular balance, because you can do anything wrong and you can do a lot of good if you do things right. And so I think that's what we're here is trying to learn where those synergies are. Okay, that's a comment.
I want to make a comment. This is Bill Boyce. I have to leave at 2 o'clock as well, but rate design and what we just talked about in rate approvals and rate processes are all public processes. We just talked about 18 months, but that is a full public process where all stakeholders get to weigh in. And also the whole function of a rate process is cost recovery. And so the whole thing about would we change, unless there is a fundamental change in some cost driver that changes the formula, there's really no impetus to really go from something like 15-minute to 5, because once again, the rates are set for cost recovery, and that's their purpose in life. So, unless there's something that is totally different, just kind of standard rate theory would tend to tell you that there's really not as much chance of a change in that. Nothing's for certain ever, right? But it's just kind of the function of that, plus the public policy input. It's not like a petroleum price where it can raise overnight. You have no say or control over it. This is one where even ARB would get to have a lot of input into the process with regards to that and the impact of all the transit agencies that are here at the table.
And one other thing, from an operational perspective, our current commercial meters measure 15-minute increments, so it would require some sort of operational change too.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And then I do have just a basic question. So from my viewpoint, I understand with the utilities, there's the different elements that you pay attention to. I think my perspective is a little more hopefully consistent with what the transit fleet or any other fleet perspective is. Well, if I could just understand what the costs are, and I can then figure out if there are management strategies that I can employ on my end that make a lot of sense, like the charging in sequence. Is like, if I have enough time, let's say in the slow charge example, if I have enough time overnight to plug in a set of buses and then have them fully charged before I plug in the next set, or depending on the type of bus, you can actually plug it in at half the capacity of its charger because there's some dual systems. I could manage my demand in the mid-peak period or other periods that particular way if I understand how they work. And so I'm personally relatively comfortable with understanding how the rates work today. But the V1G rate, I heard you describe it, but right now I wouldn't be able to apply any math to that. I'm going to presume that the concept in the, is it a pilot or is it an actual rate? Well, I'll let you answer all of these. Whether it's a pilot or it's an already adopted rate, I presume that is a concept that says, look, we want you to charge at certain times and we kind of don't want you to charge at certain times. You can do it anytime you want, but then you'll understand what the impact might be on when you charge a lot, like we did understand in the cell phone example. If you call during the middle of the day, you tended to pay more than if you called late at night. So that was easy to understand, and you can decide if you wanted to call your grandma later or in the middle of the day. And so is that the kind of the idea, so that you could see synergies just in the way you structure that particular approach?
Correct, but I think it also allows lets the market develop tools to take advantage of the rate, right? So we have for example, we have an RFP that will be going out soon that will be offering, network systems and platforms for customers to best take advantage of the rate to meet their needs. And we're letting the market bring all kinds of ideas to us, and I think we send the signal and we'll let the market figure out a really great way to respond to it.
Okay. And so that to me seems to suggest there's opportunities for some of the discussion about whether it be software on when buses are charged or even storage systems on site to take advantage of that. And so I do want to clarify another simple question there. Is that when you say a signal, I heard for residential it'd be something like you could just go on the website and look. Is that a mechanism that a software system would know what to do based on what that signal was indirectly, or?
Well, the rate isn't for residential customers.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
It's for our charging facilities that we'll be installing at workplace and multifamily locations.
Oh, okay. Sorry, misunderstood that.
Right.
And is there a value, or when you do look at doing pilots like that one or others that maybe are associated with heavy duty, is there a process, or how do you find fleets that might be interested in experimenting or trying something that might be beneficial to lead the utilities to kind of experiment with? I don't know, frankly, I don't even know how to ask the question because I don't know how it works, but I understand you guys do some pilots about trying different rate structures or different schedules to see if things could play out to ultimately maybe get that win-win scenario, but you're not going to know until you actually experiment with it. Am I making sense or no?
Well, the current, the rate that I was describing is for a pilot.
Okay.
Right, it's just approved by the commission.
Okay. Okay, so that goes through the commission process. Okay, because I was just wondering if there are synergies there to say, look, we have some transit fleets that are already operating buses. We have some that are looking at potentially doing that. I do believe that maybe they're not in the room, but that some of the transit that have recently bought buses are also looking at on-site battery storage management kind of strategies. I know that several have software incorporated into their plans that will know when the bus has to go out, what its state of discharge is when it comes in, and then we'll decide for when to charge the bus based on what the needs are and things of that nature. And that's tied around existing rates. So to me, I was wondering if there was a nexus in saying, hey, there's something that we could do with transit fleets potentially that might be a win-win scenario, but we'd have to try it out to actually get some confidence it's a good idea to move forward. So I was just wondering if there's any thoughts on that concept. Anyone?
So I think that's a good lead-in into the purpose of this workshop as it relates to our
You gotta be real close.
Sorry. So per our ruling from March, this workshop is going to be summarized during that workshop so that we can consider the findings and discussions here in the development of our guidance on the utilities transportation electrification applications. And so as we develop that guidance for the utilities and build upon the already published requests for the utilities to be considering other complementary state policies and the work of the other agencies in all transportation segments, including transit, the utilities could potentially seek commission authorization for programs that test these types of new programs, new rate designs. Just to go back to the origin of our demand waivers for PG&E and Edison for the government-owned zero-emission buses, those actually originated due to Proterra and Foothill coming to us and saying, we face a barrier, we're trying to do the right thing according to ARB's rules, let's try to work something out. So existing commission rules allowed that because government agencies a special consideration if was deemed necessary. And since this was consistent with the Zero Emissions Action Plan, we were able to explore that type of solution.
So I'd like to actually get some questions from the audience, and while we're passing the microphone around, does anybody on the panel either want to ask a question or raise an issue?
I'm going to comment just briefly. One of the questions you asked was, what's the strategy? How do we work together? We talked about talking, and what are some examples? How can we do that? I mean, as homework for this workshop, we were making some phone calls, and we talked to one of the bus manufacturers, and we've talked to an advocacy group that works in this space, and we saw a great value in trying to do a case study. So we're committed to at least try an example where we're going to get a bus user using user agency together along with the manufacturer and this advocacy group and figure out what the needs are of all the parties, you know, the user and the vendor and so on, and how the utility plugs into that thing. So we're going to do that as a case study on our end, just to get that dialogue going.
Okay, and so in that vein, I guess I'll just ask it now, so sorry I'm monopolizing this. One of the questions that I think we had is there, just even for this particular meeting, on an issue like that where it's maybe more utility specific, do you see the value in ARB potentially trying to facilitate some of those discussions on a utility by utility basis, or does it relatively more helpful to have this broader discussion and have an exchange of ideas that when we're not talking about one individual project, but maybe concepts or things of that nature?
Actually, I would see some value in some sort of collaboration or association with that, maybe an association that we can talk about these things, because unless we hear it from each other, working with one person, you're going to get one viewpoint,
right.
and people have different needs and different concepts, and it's always better to do it together. And I would see ARB would be a great full agent to try to make that pull it together.
Okay, and I think one of the issues that kind of came up yesterday in our other meeting that's very related is some of the transits basically indicated. It was like, look, we obviously we have our job to provide service, and it's hard for us to manage all these issues and details. And so I think ARB, I think, would be more than happy to be kind of the conduit to say, look, we can try to bring information together with some help, obviously, and make it available in some written form so that people can kind of digest some things, because there's a lot of esoteric issues that sometimes can be distilled down to what the basics I need to know, and other times they can't. And I think we'd be happy to try to do that because we see this as a long-term potential issue that I think we can find a better path forward and continue to make adjustments as appropriate. So with that, I'd like to take any questions and just leave it open to discussion. Usually 1 second lag, so.
There it goes. How's
Yeah.
that? Okay. Jamie Levin with the Center for Transportation and the Environment. This has been really interesting. I actually have a number of questions and comments, but relevant to just what you were discussing. I think it would be instructive for this group to understand from a transit operation perspective just how complex this can be, because we've been listening to you discuss all the demand charge issues, the timing of charging and what have you. But think about this, a large urban fleet, like AC Transit has 600 buses, Metro has 2,500 buses, Muni has close to 1,000. So what the transit agency has to do is a matter of day-to-day business. They have to marry together buses with thousands of drivers in their schedules and hundreds of schedules, thousands of schedules for maybe 100 or more routes. And there's a very complicated but very sophisticated, the du jour program today is called HASTIS, to figure out how to do that efficiently. So now we have to enter into this other aspect of, well, gee, when do you charge the vehicle? Especially for on-route charging. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because you've brought a level of complexity. There's another layer above that that makes this a bit challenging.
Other comment? Yeah, anybody that has the mic to be next, and we'll try to just keep passing the mic and kind of taking turns. Oh yeah, and I'm sorry. One thing I forgot is I would like you to identify yourself. Again, we do have people on our webcast, and so it'd be helpful. And frankly, I don't know all the names, and even if I've seen you a bunch of times, I might not remember your name. So,
Hi there, Kyle Pratt from the California Energy Commission. I'm sorry, Bill Boyce, very brief clarifying question. I know you have to leave, so I wanted to make sure I get this in quickly. Just to make sure I'm interpreting one of your charts correctly. I apologize for people without photographic memory. Very small point, just want to make sure I'm interpreting correctly. There was the chart you had on one of your slides, the line graph for energy only advantage, demand charge advantage. The horizontal axis is labeled energy utilization level. I just want to make sure that that's synonymous with load factor average for all chargers over a 1 month interval.
I would not say it's load factor for each charger, but for the complement of whatever the energy utilization is on that meter, that facility.
Okay.
So
on the meter. So the average of all of the EVSE load factors is one component of that.
Right. If you think about the way we bill out electricity, it's by the meter. We're talking 15-minute meter reads. So the energy utilization for, if you have 10 chargers all going through that one meter, it's how do you get all that up high and as level as possible.
Thank you.
Is this on? Jonathan Nelson on behalf of BYD Motors. I think I'll start just by thanking ARB as well as CPUC for putting this event on. I know that I found it extremely informative so far. And we also appreciate the collaborative nature of the event, and we'd encourage more of that going forward. I also want to thank the utilities. There's several utilities out there that are putting together programs that we think are very promising, and we want to see even more of that. And as a company, we want to be helpful and work with you on those where it makes sense. So as a company, and Michael Liu from BYD gave you a flavor of this morning, we work across a broad spectrum of issue areas. But I can't think of another issue area, or a few issue areas that are more, I think, from our perspective, promising in terms of putting forward win-win solutions and opportunities than this issue that we're talking about today, both in terms of trying to put together smart, creative policies that encourage fleets to electrify more efficiently, but that also present opportunities and perhaps even new tools for utilities to better manage the grid in a more intelligent fashion. And so I've got sort of just a comment that I'm going to put out there for the entire board. If there's someone that would like to comment on it, then I would encourage that. And I think that we're looking forward to the CPUC meeting on April 29th as an opportunity to continue the discussion. But when we're thinking about trying to identify times that make the most sense in terms of a grid perspective to charge our vehicles and reduce demand, and also opportunities for the electric fleets to hopefully find a time that, again, works from the utility perspective in terms of cost. We think that time's probably at night, and we've already talked about that a little bit. And so one of the ideas we've been considering and have put a little bit of thought into, and hopefully want to talk about this more going forward, is to identify, working with the CPUC and maybe the utilities, to identify the time of day, probably at night, where there's least demand on the grid, and then explore potentially doing a demand charge waiver during that time. We think that there's value to that for a couple of reasons. Obviously, there's excess power on the grid at that point. We think this is also an opportunity for fleets, since most of our vehicles will not be being utilized at that time, to find a situation where perhaps we could reduce the demand charges while charging our vehicles. So just want to put that out there for the public consideration, and hopefully we can talk about this a little more. I'm curious if any of you have any immediate thoughts or reactions to that idea.
I want to ask just a question that's so related to that, because I think that might be where the answer is. You meant, somebody used the term super off-peak where there were no demand charges. Does that ultimately mean there's not even the maximum demand part gets waived as well? And is that essentially consistent with that comment?
So Nathan Bruner, SDG&E. So we have a rate proposed in our recent GRC Phase 2 filing that would not have a, try not to use too much utility speak, not have demand charges associated with charging that occurs during a super off-peak period, which I believe in the winter would be midnight to 2 p.m. and in the summer would be midnight to 6 a.m. But it would not, the on-peak demand charges as well as the peak demand, the peak demand charges as well as the off-peak demand charges would still apply.
And that, I think that's encouraging. And I think one thing that we'd like to continue to discuss is how can we approach this opportunity, because we see it as an opportunity, from a systemic standpoint. How can we best work with the agencies to maybe recognize this as an opportunity that can help us move forward a number of different goals, be a win-win situation for all the parties involved.
I think that's, all ideas are really worth exploring, and that's something we'd want to think about seriously. But if you're looking at charging at night off-peak in the model that you were describing, at the last time I was here, we described that as if you're depot charging at 50 kilowatts for 6 hours, we estimated the cost would only be 36 cents a mile. So it's considerably cheaper anyway, even without any waiver. And with our EV6 rate, when we file that in a couple of weeks, there'll be more details. I don't want to misspeak and give you too many details yet, because I know they're still working on it and it'll come out soon. So I guess the short answer is, obviously we'd be very interested in exploring different ideas and different opportunities, but it might not even be necessary, because our rates and our new rate that we hope to come out soon will definitely incentivizes that type of low charging 6 hours overnight anyway. I don't know if that's helpful.
Hi, Ray Pingle, Sierra Club, California. So I wanted to get to kind of the question you were asking a little while further, Tony, on, are there going to be signals that can automatically change charging structures and so on? So if I were a transit manager sitting here today, I'm thinking, okay, electricity costs have gone up at a very stable rate. That's good. I like that. That's a lot better than the huge volatility in gas prices. So I kind of like that part. But now I hear about these demand charges, time of use rates, yield to grid, and now my head's starting to hurt. But the good news is there are solutions to all of these. And so the first step is to work with your utility, have them do an audit, as has been suggested. That's a great, easy place to start. Second is to explore battery storage. That actually probably the most important thing you get with battery storage systems is very sophisticated software that manages all this thing. And in addition, there's a huge growing number of vendors that are developing very complex, very sophisticated software. So you take this complex problem, you give it to the software vendor, and they're developing all this stuff. It's developed today, it actually works, and they're continuing to refine it. So it'll do things like, it will take price signals as the utilities and the PUC work on more and more proactive price signaling for demand response requirements. And this software will solve that problem for you. So you can start out with working with utilities, get something works, the way you run your buses right now, don't change a thing necessarily, and see what that does. Then figure out how you can more optimize the buses to get better. Then you can look at battery storage as an option, and that can help you with demand charge, time of use, demand response. And then and I don't know these software vendors for a transit agency. I guess somebody mentioned Haas. Believe me, Haas will be working with some of these software vendors in the electricity sector to integrate those two so that scheduling can be optimized with electricity costs. So the point is this complexity can be dealt with in a way that's not going to stress the transit agencies. And it'll only get better. And in fact, with vehicle to grid, not only will there be opportunities to have lower or even very low rates, but you might even make money at that. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Ray and Jamie, thank you for those comments about fleet optimization software. So I'll take a second to talk about renewables integration and vehicle to grid. So there are solutions providers who are looking at this sector as a key one for testing fleet V2G because of the predictability of the routes in transit and the energy use that they would expect, and the fact that there's a single depot in some cases where all the charging could be aggregated as a grid resource. So this isn't too far off. It's not science fiction anymore. The Los Angeles Air Force Base, granted it has, I think, around 40 light-duty vehicles, but also some trucks and I think a shuttle bus, is already operational in the California ISO, providing frequency regulation, actually discharging their vehicle batteries. So it's not an intractable problem. Another project that is in the transit sector is the Clinton Global Initiative, which is doing V2G school buses, I think, in the Kings Canyon School District. And it's the same problem. There are routes that need to be run on particular schedules, and the grid has a supply and demand equation that needs to be balanced. And software can solve a lot of these problems, and that's the promise of PGI.
I'd like to jump in with just a quick comment. You know, when I was doing energy efficiency, like I said in my talk, sometimes simple is better. I think for electric vehicles today, I think it's a challenge enough to get them to charge at the right time when the power is cheap. And I rattled off a half a dozen strategies that are low cost that could be implemented to keep the costs even lower. And it's kind of like the lights in this building. You can save money by putting in a complicated energy control system, or you could just turn off the switch when you leave the room. You know, it could be simple or it could be sophisticated. And so I think there's kind of a tiering where there's a lot of simple things you can do, and then you get a few extra percent when you go to the next level, and a few extra percent when you go to the next level. Well, just starting very simply with things we can do today. And those other ones, we're all piloting them and trying them out, and we'll learn from those pilots on what works with the V2G and the likes of that. But starting off simple with the technology and getting the buses out there and getting experience goes a long way.
No, and I appreciate that comment, and I take a pretty pragmatic view, and I turn off the lights in our house after my kids and so on. But in looking at transit fleets, I mean, that's just the way I operate in life. But looking at a number of transit fleets, some of them have very operating characteristics where, yes, if they're doing a depot-type charging strategy, that they would be charging a lot of buses at night, but a fair number of the buses during the day will also be in the yard in the middle of the day, not necessarily on the peak period, and they could potentially charge there. And so if they're not increasing their demand and charging at that time, it's just the practical way without changing the way they run their business that would make sense. Not all fleets are going to be that way. And so when even everything we're discussing here, I think there's a spectrum. And I think one of my questions will be, is what are the things that we can do near term that are positive, that are more than just what the fleet can do? And part of that might be education, and education on our part to understand where the opportunities are and making sure the fleets understand that. The example, I think LA rates generally work out that if you're doing slow charge, the 13 cent was the number you used. Thing I want to throw in here is, if people are familiar with LCFS program, if you're using those buses in LA, odds are you're going to get today roughly 13 cents back in terms of what the credits are, given what the credits sell for. So your cost could be zero today if you're in that particular use pattern and that particular rate. That's not going to be true everywhere. So by all means, we would look at what's easy, what makes sense. And some of these questions will differ quite a bit between if I'm doing a handful of buses at a particular yard versus I'm doing a very large fleet. The answer is going to be very different, and it'll probably evolve over time. And so that's not lost on us. And so one of the things we like to do is look at where are the best opportunities. Let's explore those. And then I think just in the utility thing, it's like, it sounds like a lot of these issues, we're not going to have everything solved next year. And so I think, obviously I'd like to kind of get this group back together again about, what's happening in April, at the end of April, of course. Obviously, the utilities have turned in certain rate design concepts, and some are already in place. Obviously, that's the near term. And then longer term, what are other opportunities, especially as the duck curve gets worse, right? And then I do have an aside. So in a couple of these issues, and again, they're not all the same for the same charging strategies. So one of the things that we were talking about software was related to storage. And so if you're doing the fast charging, in that particular regard, the peak demand and the description of how you could use that software to manage that rate, that's pretty much all built in, and the operator doesn't really need to pay attention to how that works, right, in the description you had earlier. So there's those things that are very elegant that the operator doesn't really need to really pay attention to a degree. And I kind of like those solutions. I'm assuming a lot of the operators would like those solutions too. I'll guess I open up to a different comment.
Could I add?
Thank you.
Sorry, just one response to that. So the way that the Air Force Base is optimizing all of these resources is that no one is forgoing trips, but the charge or discharge schedules are really accommodating of what the original behavior would have been.
Mhm.
And so it is eventually going to be a set and forget type solution from the vehicle users.
This is a question for Noel or Amy. Could you provide a little more detail? Frank DeRosa with Sun Edison. Could you provide a little more detail on the proceeding 13-11-007 that you referenced, the alternative fuel vehicle proceeding? What's the scope of it? What's the status? What are you looking for in comments? And how is it different? What is it covering that is not within the rate-making proceedings that have been referenced or the utility charging proceedings that have been going on?
It might help to have our slide back up, if possible.
So as part of this ongoing proceeding, the CPUC issued a scoping memo on March 30th, which we can share with you and is linked in our presentation as well. And so this scoping memo basically kind of recapped what had happened in the proceeding to date and then identified some of the new issues that we would be looking at. And so going forward, we've rescoped the proceeding a little bit now that SB 350 has come along and given the CPUC specific directives to have the 3 electric utilities submit applications to us to increase transportation electrification. And so the main next step in this proceeding is for the CPUC to host a workshop, and that's the workshop that Noel mentioned is on October 29th, where we'll be giving some background information to educate parties about some of the work that we've done. ARB and the CEC and some other state agencies will be talking about complementary work that they've done as well, so we can understand what we've done in the past, what else is going on that we can build on. And then we'll be throwing out a straw proposal to say, these are some ideas that the CPUC has about what utilities can include in their applications that they'll submit later this year. And then that's where we'll look for stakeholder feedback as far as what else should be included in the applications, what they should focus on, and what their priorities should be. So we're trying to use this workshop as an opportunity to let people know about our proceeding and try to engage the transit folks so that we have that perspective as well going forward.
To continue and answer that question, I think Joanna Gubman from the PUC.
Yeah, Oh, okay. Joanna Gubman, CPUC Advisor to Commissioner Peterman. I just wanted to add, for any of you who have not been involved in our public process in the past, um, we love to hear your ideas and concerns. We can only really consider what is in our public process and not what is informally said to us. So I really encourage you to become a party to our proceeding if you're not already, or at least subscribe to the service list to find out if there's something that really affects you. So to do that, you can either talk to any of me, Noel, or Amy, or you can, I think, just Google CPUC how to become a party, and the instructions are online.
If we go to the next slide, there are additional deadlines. So the next major thing for parties to be planning around after the workshop are comments on the discussions on April 29. And just to answer Frank's question of how this AFE, alternative fuel vehicles proceeding, relates to the other policy-making proceedings at the Commission. So this is a separate silo from the utilities infrastructure proposals. So the SDG&E, VGI, and now Power Your Drive program, Edison's Charge Ready program, and PG&E's infrastructure program are in a separate record and a separate set of considerations. So as you participate as a party, the rulemaking is its own silo, essentially.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Tony,
go ahead,
could I
yeah.
just quickly talk a little bit about what Edison is at least wanting to do as part of that proceeding, or what we're thinking?
Sure.
Because just to give it a little bit more flavor, we're really excited about this opportunity. And we're excited that the PUC has set it up this way to implement SB 350. The types of things I think we're just starting, obviously, but we're thinking about additional infrastructure investments, marketing, what other things can we do to meet the spirit and the requirements of SB 350 that directs the PUC to have utilities invest in programs that accelerate transportation electrification. So it's not as if we've all come up with something and there's an idea already. This is the process to figure out what that is. And like Joanna said, please be involved in that process so that we can make sure that stakeholders' feedback is part of it, and we can maximize the investments so that everybody gets the biggest reward from it.
Could I, Jamie Levin again from CTE. So this raises an interesting question. In the SMUD presentation, there was reference to the AB 32 auction proceeds. And I'm aware that under the GGRF, there are allowances that go to the utilities, and which those allowances have to then go back to benefit the ratepayers. And so my question here, and I think some of us see that in our bill, we get, maybe it's, I don't know how much it varies, obviously, maybe $10 or $20, I can have a good lunch on that. Would an option be, and this would be addressed to PUC, in which those proceeds might be looked at, or the money from those credits to, for instance, go to public transit agencies to pay for this infrastructure? Because my understanding is this money amounts to in the billions of dollars. And the public transit agencies would be they are a social service to our communities. They would be an ideal recipient of these funds. And I think you could argue that their benefit, their net benefit to the larger community is a lot better, or you get a lot more return on investment than the $25 or $30 I'm going to get to go out to dinner with my wife and only subsidize 1/4 of the cost. Maybe it's 1/6 now. Anyway.
Sure, I'll take that question, and I'm glad that I think you noticed that you got a climate credit on your utility bill this month. And so most of the proceeds that the electric utilities receive are on behalf of their ratepayers, and so they go back to residential, small business, and certain industrial customers on their bill. Per state law, up to 15% of those proceeds can be used for other programs that help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There was a new bill passed last year that will allocate up to 10% or $100 million of that 15% to a new multifamily solar program. So there's maybe say 5% of that funding that's available for other programs that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we have an annual process, or let's see. So utilities can actually propose programs where they would be able to use some of that funding for other programs, as you mentioned. But we have, the CPUC has established certain requirements for how that funding would be used. So it has to be consistent with AB 32, and it has to show measurable greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So those are some of the main requirements, but there is a mechanism for utilities to propose programs to use a portion of that funding.
Get a microphone. Hold on. So the question was, how streamlined is the process in terms of how that money might be distributed or participating in comments?
Sure. So the process is for a utility to request the program as part of and kind of their normal course of business. So if they're looking at an energy efficiency program that they'd like to start with that money, they would request it in their energy efficiency proceeding. So then that gives all of the energy efficiency stakeholders the opportunity to examine that energy efficiency proposal and comment on it in the public process. So it sort of depends on the procedural schedule of whatever type of issue that they're looking at. So same thing with demand response. If they were looking to do a demand response program, they would apply for it as part of that proceeding.
I do want to have, the same vein, I do want to make sure I did not misunderstand the comment. So you indicated that a percentage of the funds is allocated for these different types of projects and incentives. Is the way the language is structured restricts the funding to only 15%, or is there an option to determine through a discussion proceeding or whatever the right format is, whether the 15% could be higher or not?
So right now, let me just make sure I'm saying this correctly. Right now, the law states that up to 15% of the proceeds can be allocated for clean energy or energy efficiency programs that are not otherwise funded.
Can I answer that? Sure. Yeah, so you hit the point that I was going to make. The program has to be not otherwise funded in order to be eligible for the GGRF funds. And so the example I'm going to give is actually SDG&E's VGI program, which originally requested GHG revenue to fund the program. However, as a result of the proceeding, we found that it would be otherwise funded through ratepayers. And so instead of using the pot of GHG funds, we found that it was prudent to recover the costs of the electric vehicle infrastructure program in rates. And so that's another opportunity for the transit programs if we find that it's reasonable.
I'll have to push back one more. I am not a lawyer, but Laura is, right? As I understand the language, it says you have to give the benefits have to go back to the ratepayers. And so from an air quality perspective, obviously what we think we're doing here is trying to get emissions reductions long-term that will benefit everyone. And so when if you're PG&E and you're saying, okay, I'm going to benefit my ratepayers from our viewpoint when we get more zero-emission buses in the PG&E area, we're benefiting people in the PG&E area. And if there is the price signal thing that you're talking about, that where they're trying to say, sure, I can actually vary a little bit of my charging so that the grid's even more stable and potentially lower that cost, that those both seem very beneficial without getting the direct rebate. So do you interpret that as not a possibility, or should we have maybe a future discussion as to how do all these fit together? Because they all could be beneficial to the ratepayer in the region and where that money is used and so on.
Yeah, I think the law actually says that revenues have to be credited.
Revenues, okay. Then that would be
to-
very different.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it precludes that.
But to get to your point generally about the societal benefits broadly accrued through the direction for utility transit programs, potential utility transit programs, there is new language as a result of SB 350 within the Public Utilities Code, which is supposed to guide our evaluation of any transportation electrification programs, which broadly define benefits that we have to consider, including renewable integration, avoidance of air pollutants, reduction in greenhouse gases, increase in the use of alternative fuels, et cetera. And maybe the utilities could talk about that if you want.
Not right now? That's okay. Actually, I'll take this opportunity. Oh, there's a hand up. Oh, I'm sorry. Who had the microphone first? I don't know. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Hello, I'm Wendell Krill, RTD in Stockton. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm facilities director and I'm looking to balance the budget and get the buses on the road and otherwise meet all of our strategic goals. And I appreciate the workshop here and all the knowledge that's being generated and shared about the future. And as you may imagine, I'm going to take away from this and go home and plan the future and how we're going to store energy and apply it correctly and meet our goals. To that end, I want to suggest that we maybe take a step back and project farther out. And to that end, I've got a question for the whole entire group because as far as I can tell, you're the best crystal ball I'm likely to come across for the next several years in terms of power and what's happening in California. And to that end, I want to refer back to the slide that was on the screen earlier that showed the two circles. One was more of the generation side of the house, the transmission side of the house. And then the other circle was the generation side of the house and where the power comes from. And on that side, time of use charges, for example, are a topic. And on the other side is demand charges. And they're all under each of your control right now. In other words, PG&E for us, handles both of those. Other states, it's not that way. But here, it's all under your house. And to take it to the next step, and this is where I'm getting into the question, that's the slide there. On the use side, does anybody foresee any, and I'm going to throw all these out here at the same time, any changes in the use side? In other words, will we likely see the time of use during the middle of the day be the cheapest in the not too distant future? On the demand side, will we ever finish building that pipe? And those numbers go away? And will deregulation in California affect us sooner rather than later?
Now, the state is looking at time of use periods right now, just generally. And in fact, we've adopted a significantly different time of use period for our residential customers just recently. We don't have any crystal ball really about where we're going with commercial rates, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had similar changing time of use periods. So it's moving out later in the day. So that's, I would watch that closely because that's probably on the horizon. With regard to deregulation, I guess, again, no crystal ball, but for those of us who've been through that war once, I don't think that's likely to happen anytime soon, but that's just Jana Corey's point of view. I think those were your questions, right? I don't see demand charges changing significantly in the near term.
Kent Leacock with Proterra. This is more of a kind of prepare for the future question / observation. As it relates to the LCFS credits, so for the investor-owned utilities, have you guys contemplated becoming brokers on behalf of transit agencies for those credits? We have a variety of transit agencies throughout the state. Many are small with limited resources, but they would love to be able to take, advantage of the program, but, they don't really understand it or have the, like I said, have the resources, whereas other agencies probably have enough resources that they could act as their own brokers. So in anticipation of the future that's coming, I would think that many of you guys already have even trading departments at your utilities. So would you contemplate the LCFS as a component?
I can take that one. Yes, we absolutely would. And I think we could do it in some sort of way that would be on like average value per kilowatt hour per agency, per transit agency basis. So that is something we would definitely be willing to explore.
Yeah, same with water and power. I mean, to the extent that a lot of agencies may only get 1 or 2 buses, this could be a huge lift to join a program like that and not very practical. So to the extent that someone steps up to help the industry and the technology along by doing that, we're totally open to exploring that idea.
From PG&E's perspective, we've been thinking about this, but I think there's going to be brokers in the market that are going to roll up a lot of these participants and for a small fee make some money at it. And, I'm not sure that that's necessarily the role for the utility. So I have to say we're a little ambivalent about this role for PG&E anyway.
I'll give the PUC's context from a residential standpoint. So in 2014, we released 2 decisions. The first decision found that LCFS credits are an asset of the utilities, and per ARB regulations, that asset has to be returned to the benefit of EV customers. And so in the next year, about the 3 utilities will be releasing, electric utilities will be releasing incentives derived from LCFS revenue to existing and new buyers of EVs through an upfront rebate or an annual credit. Per modifications to the ARB's regulation in October and now effective as of the 1st of this year, the utilities are able to be credit generators on behalf of a variety of customers across fleets, workplace charging, public access, and I think forklifts even. And so that expansion of the utility's ability to gather credits as long as they're directly metered can help provide revenue back to customers. The broker element is kind of a technical term. So the utilities themselves, per PUC regulations, have to use a broker to transact the value of that credit into the market. But the utilities could serve as an aggregator or measurer of the electricity used to displace petroleum.
I just want to explore that one a tiny bit. So Marvin, you kind of mentioned you would do it for a small operator. That's a no-brainer kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I guess from my personal view, I just want to explore the issue. So it sounds like there's no barrier for the utility to, in essence, manage the credits, because the bottom line if you're talking EVs, a transit would essentially need to submit their bills. And so if you're already collecting their information on their bill, it seems like it'd be fairly straightforward to say, well, here's the credit for you specifically, not for anybody else, just your credits.
Right.
And then to me, the only question would then be, one of the responses I heard is like, okay, we'll do some average in terms of what the value is. So you, in essence, would sell them at market value probably the same month. And that's a straightforward mechanism. I, again, being more, I guess, tight-fisted in perspective, is like, well, I kind of want to hold the credits until they were worth more and then sell them. Would that present a challenge to say, look, I'll just track your credits and then how they get sold, whether it's through a separate broker or notify the utility? Are there opportunities to make sure that the transit gets to say, I'll go ahead and sell my stock or sell my credit at that point in time? Is that a no-go, or is there a
I think that'd be probably logistically pretty difficult.
Okay.
I mean, so one thing that, I think if the utilities, at least for us, if we were to manage your credits, you should expect conservative trading. So that would be analysis you'd need to do and a trade-off to think about.
So I hear, be careful what you ask for. Okay.
Also, we are going to market for residential credits, and our approach, our commercial approach, is no speculation. So what you're suggesting is a speculative approach to the market, and we are not in the position to take any speculative positions at all.
But nonetheless, I think the group gets it. If the utilities were to manage it, it would just be kind of as what the value is at the time, and it wouldn't, and that would be the pro or con to that approach. Okay.
So yeah, one of the challenges is the fact that credits aren't dispersed in real time.
Yeah.
So the utilities each have their own strategies.
Okay.
Tony, David Warren from New Flyer, and I want to thank you for a very informative session today. Wanted to provide an update for the attendees on what's happening regarding the charging infrastructure as it pertains to standards. So the current state of the situation is that as of today, every bus manufacturer is doing something slightly different, not necessarily on purpose, but because charging standards were not in place. So there's been a lot of activity behind the scenes on coordinating efforts between the Society of Automotive Engineers and the Electric Power Research Institute and the American Public Transportation Association. So the last meeting was held and hosted by EPRI, which the utility companies sponsor and are helping us get organized in this activity. We met in Tempe, Arizona on March 29th, and there are 3 standards currently in place that have been established, not implemented, but one of those standards is J3105, and that will be the standard for the overhead charging, on-route charging. This will be rapid charging, fast charging, up to and perhaps exceeding 450 kilowatt. Another standard that has to be developed is J3068, and J3068 is going to be the plug-in charging. And one of the challenges with this one is that we have to decide whether it's going to be AC or DC charging, how we're going to do the power inversion. The third standard is going to be what's called wireless charging or inductive charging, and that will be J2954. So all 3 of these standards have not been implemented, and we're talking a lot today about charging infrastructure. These have to be implemented. There's great cooperation going on in the industry between the manufacturers of the buses, between the charging equipment manufacturers, between the utility companies, and the nonprofit organizations such as CalSTART and the Center for Transportation and the Environment. The next meeting that's going to be held is going to be up in Seattle, Washington in June of this year. We do have bi-monthly meetings, and we have one coming up on April 14th with the Society of Automotive Engineers. But we have to keep driving towards these standards in order to have that interoperability of the buses with the charging equipment. So we talked about some of the complexities that are going on and a lot of moving parts, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of an update of what's going on in there. Our latest projection is that the overhead charging standard, the rapid charging, that the standard could be decided upon by the end of this year, but then there's going to be a lot of work that's going to take to prove out the interoperability between the vehicles and the equipment itself. So rest assured, there's great cooperation going on. It's just going to continue to take a little bit of time to work through this. With that, I do have one question, Tony, and this is to Mark. Mark, we talked about the life of batteries, and there was a statement that maybe 12,000 cycles for a battery is a possibility. Whatever that number is, at some point the batteries are going to deteriorate. And there's been a lot of speculation on what do you do with the batteries at the end of their useful life. So in the situation that if batteries are used in a transit bus and they get to that state of 80% of the original state of charge and they're ready to be repurposed, how viable do you think this market is for this second use of the batteries for our industry?
Great question. Just to give you kind of a perspective, generally most of the battery manufacturers, don't know about our partners here, but most battery manufacturers we've dealt with have a 10-year life expectancy, and they show a degradation curve starting at 100%, whether it's 500 kW battery set. They usually degrade down to 50, 60% over a 10-year period. We spent the last 2 years actually working with Nissan and their second life batteries. We put together, engineered with them, with their 4R team, how to take Nissan Leaf batteries out of the car at a probably 70% rate of retained value of energy. And we literally took them out of the car as is, flipped them up on their side, put them in racks, hooked a battery management system up to it that they created, put it in an enclosure, and we stuck it in their headquarters in Sunnyvale, California. And it's up and running. And they anticipate and guarantee a 10-year life on that set of batteries as well. And we continue to work with them on whether we keep them in the same form factor or we actually repurpose them out and put them into more shelf racks, condensed high-density shelf rack battery systems. We're working with actually several other automobile manufacturers to do the same thing. So each of the battery manufacturers that we deal with, every single one of them globally, at the end of the life, whatever that life term is, they are very willing and frankly, I think obligated to take those batteries back and repurpose them in some format. But they know, the electric vehicle industry, these batteries last 5, 7 years. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of them available for use. And second life battery for, stationary storage is a great use for them.
I'd like to add to that. PG&E is currently about 1.5 years into a 2-year pilot project with BMW for second life use of the batteries. And we've used it for demand response. So we've called events. We've had 100 BMW drivers agreeing to delay their charging for 1 hour, and backed up with a battery stack, 100 kW battery stack. And we call the events morning, noon, and night, weekends, weekdays, and we get a really reliable 100 kW every call. So what's really fantastic about that is we're proving out the reliability of using that for demand response. So it's just one test to see how this would work, and that seems to be working quite well.
Just to follow up, you're doing that with individual private citizens?
Yes.
Not even business? Okay, wow, that's impressive. I want to go ahead and read a couple of questions since we're actually on the battery topic that came in online. So one of the questions was about BYD specifically. So part of this is on point and part of it's slightly off. So I'll just raise the question. So how much of the battery is recyclable in terms of the BYD one, and in percentage of mass? Then how many or how much of these batteries have been recycled? And then the other question, same person, is if you've done off-gas testing with the battery on fire, what's the smoke and gas makeup when the cell's on fire? I'd probably like to take that one offline, but I think it'd be appropriate to answer the other question. I think it relates to storage and all those other questions.
Okay, the first question is how likely the battery
Could you pull your
are
microphone
recyclable?
down?
The first question is how likely the battery are recyclable, and second is how much have we already recycled? Is that right? So in BYD, we have a pretty clear company strategy about battery, first life use, second life use, because BYD is in a pretty unique position in the market that we do both the electric vehicles and the battery energy storage. So pretty clear that for the first life, for a big percentage of the battery are used in electric vehicles. And you probably have agreed the battery life with today's technology, the battery actually outlasts the vehicle itself in many situations. So for us, we're pretty clear that we will take the recycled battery or retired batteries from those retired buses and move them into battery energy storage systems, stationary energy storage systems. And the theory is that Mark also mentioned with the time of the use, the battery capacity will degrade. So it kind of works like a fuel tank. Battery is a fuel tank. When new, it may be a 100-gallon tank. And after 10 years, when it's retired, we will like recategorize them, recertify them into a maybe 70-gallon fuel tank. So instead of putting all the 100-gallon fuel tank together, we put all these second life 70-gallon fuel tank together. So that moved into energy storage system, and they can sit there and work their second life. So this is kind of a company strategy. And the second question, how much have we already recycled? This is a good question. We have not recycled very large amounts. We have recycled small amounts already. So BYD's entered into electric vehicle and energy storage industry in 2008. And up to now, we only have a small amount of fleets that's deployed in the very early days that are retired. So what we did is we have built them into small-scale energy storage systems and put them into use already. So we have already proved this route is applicable and practical already. And we do see by 2018, by the end of 2018, our first large bus fleet will start to have about 300 megawatt hours of retired battery from our first batch of transit bus retirement. So by then, we'll start to be able to do really low expense energy storage system, at least for several projects by that time.
What do you guys propose to do when the batteries are out of their useful life cycle?
So you mean even after the second life? So that's a very actually challenging question, I'll be honest with all of you. We are working on some routes to recycle all the elements out of the original chemistry of the battery, but it comes at a decision of at what cost we do it. I mentioned at the very beginning in the today's meeting, BYD's iron phosphate battery is total environmentally safe and environmental friendly. So it is possible for us to do some very simple treatment of the battery and then landfill it, but we are very committed to do the recycle process. But at this time, we do not have a fixed answer on how to do that. We have consulted with a lot of actually battery recyclers already. I can share more a little about this if you're interested. So in the battery recycle industry, lead-acid battery has the most advanced and mature recycle system. 98% of all lead-acid batteries could be recycled, and it's so very mature in the industry. Regular lithium battery comes second, but the recyclers that takes lithium battery always charge the owner at a cost. They charge the owner, for example, $5 per pound to take the batteries. So that's what the industry is right now, because one, lithium battery is a relatively newborn product in the battery industry. And the second, we haven't have a large amount of retired lithium batteries yet compared to lead acid battery. So my view of what's this going to happen is that maybe by 2018, at least our company target is that by end of 2018, when BYD ourselves has large batch of battery that's retired, we will have much clearer roadmap or strategy, so blueprint of how to recycle lithium batteries and our iron phosphate batteries. So that's the current situation of battery recycle industry right now. Okay.
I'll go ahead and take another one on here since they did ask the question midday. And this one is a different topic, and it is for the panel. I'm going to ask all of the questions that are related here. Using an electrolyzer as a flexible load, using electricity to split water to make fuel for hydrogen vehicles can be thought of as having multiple buses plugged in 24/7, always available to accept load or release load to the grid. Does this type of system seem beneficial to the utilities? Second question, would the utilities be prepared to support or offer discounted simplified rate plans for pilot fleets in the same way they did for battery buses? And 3, does the group currently see using electrolyzers as loads to balance peak demand periods as an important component to the state's electric vehicle plans for the future? And fuel cell vehicles are still electric vehicles. So I think that's good to make sure we don't forget that topic. So does anybody want to comment on that?
This is Jana Corey with PG&E. First of all, we're really interested in this space. We have a group of people that are starting to look at that really closely. We think it's a really interesting value proposition. There's nothing available commercially in the large category, but we are watching it closely. At this time, I don't think we could comment on whether we would have incentives or rate designs or any of that stuff, but we are really interested. So if there are people on the phone or in the audience that are working in that space, we would love to catch up and talk about it.
That's like, well, I guess we'll have a question over here because I know somebody who knows something about that. Chris?
My name is Chris Peoples. I'm an elected at-large director of the Alameda Contra Costa Transit District, currently serving as its board president, but I'm speaking here today for myself. We exist in that space. We produce about 120 kilograms of hydrogen a day, about half of it from power we get from solar cells and proton electrolyzer, the other half with power we get from boom boxes and do it. And there's 2 elements to that. One is it does allow us to shift load, to do time shifting of load. We've gotten more sophisticated about how we do this work. We've essentially gotten large buffer tanks that allow us to run an electrolyzer continuously without having to run the compressor continuously. And that's something we discovered when we moved from our when we added the East Oakland facility to our Emeryville facility. We haven't done a lot with putting power back in, but it's certainly doable. We use boom boxes to create electricity. In this case, we use it all ourselves, but there's no reason why that couldn't then be fed back into the grid. The question I have for the appropriate folks is on the LCFS credit. We get credit for the hydrogen we produce ourselves. The hydrogen we buy in liquid form, the ultimate producer of that hydrogen is unwilling to participate in the program because they feel that it requires them to give proprietary information and make proprietary information public. So if there was a way that us as the ultimate user could become the primary applicant instead of the secondary applicant, that would be extremely advantageous for us. And yes, fuel cell buses are electric buses. We have 13 of them running around the streets of Oakland and Berkeley today.
So I can answer that question by partly saying I don't know the complete answer. So there's nothing in the LCFS program, because I sat through the meeting yesterday and learned more. There's nothing in the LCFS program that wouldn't allow that, and you could be the person who is able to claim the credits or generate the credits with it. The part I'm not clear about is when we're talking about, and as the producer, that's very straightforward. When we have another party producing the fuel, and I understand the gaseous and liquid fuels, there is a reporting component and being able to establish a connection as to, in the case of renewable natural gas, for instance, that it actually was put in the pipeline regardless of whether it was in California or not, that the renewable attributes are then tracked in that vein. So I'm not clear how that would work in the situation you're describing. I don't know if you were at the event yesterday, but the staff that were there, or I can put you in contact with the staff, they're more than happy to work with any individual on specific issues like that. And they should be able to answer that question. But in concept, yeah, if it's the same, the concept is the same as if a transit fleet who operates buses chooses not to claim the credits. By default, the utilities could. And so the concept's the same here. If the fuel provider isn't claiming the credits, which is very rare, I would say, then the user, the transit, could actually claim it in concept, but I don't know the complete answer to that. So, but we could put you in touch with the right people.
In terms of the flexible load of both battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles, the ZEV action plan gives the agencies the responsibility to understand how to use electric transportation, both flavors, as distributed energy resources for the grid. So in our rate designs, if we're, and I'm just speaking prospectively, and I'm not trying to put words in the utilities' mouths or anything, but if we're looking for outcomes of zero emissions transport that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and a rate design principle is to have broadly applicable rates that would be, that transits would be eligible for and different types of vehicles would be eligible for, as long as they result in the outcomes that the legislature has set out for us. I think both types of electric transportation could
work. Okay, and I actually see a potential, another coordination opportunity. So in that case, we're actually talking about fuel generation, which electricity is a fuel when you put it in a battery. But there's a slightly different component. And I would foresee that in every scenario like that, that the fuel producer, being the fleet operator, would want the LCFS credits. And so I see that those three actually can go together and potentially maybe addressing some concerns that I would suspect the utility might have about, wait a second, this is fuel, close to vehicle, it's harder to track, can be used for different purposes. I suspect there's opportunities in that vein because I can foresee a lot of different issues.
Yeah, I think the modifications to the direct metering requirement for electricity as transportation fuel was supposed to just, and I can defer to the ARB staff on the LCFS, but my understanding was that the goal was to ensure that the actual electricity that is being used just was actually in fact used in order to displace gasoline.
No, I understand, and just because it's not as clear, it's like that might just be a simple opportunity of putting something in writing and make it clear. This is the interpretation, for instance, might be the issue. You know, because there's always legal related issues or uncertainty things, and I think if there's opportunity to make that clear, a number of ways, that might be all it takes. So.
My name is Lisa, and I'm with the San Diego Airport Parking Company, and I'm part of the SDG&E end users. And I've been on an electric bus since May of 2015. And so I just want to really reach out and say thank you so much for giving us this forum, because it is become a real eye-opener to be an end user that was extremely excited to move forward with a zero emission vehicle. I have half my fleet still on renewable biodiesel, and I did that in 2010. So I've been watching the policies, and I've been regulated by the San Diego Airport because of the MOU with Governor Brown to build out Terminal 2. And so I'm really familiar with all levels of the policy, and being an end user this is just exactly what all of us need to do. Is we've been forced to become very diverse with how we accept moving into a completely different, challenging way of buying a vehicle and having to figure out where I'm going to find fuel to fuel that vehicle and what can I buy. And I have to tell you, it's so super, super specific when you get on this side of the fence. And it's not easy, it's challenging, it's rewarding because all of us are being very innovative, and that's kind of my real big point here, is one, to share my story. My story is that I started with one vehicle of electric in May. I got my second vehicle in July of 2015. I got my third vehicle last month. And first vehicle, no big deal. I'm running a 62 kilowatt onboard battery charger with a 13 kilowatt battery of EV2. And the reality, when you talk about charging, the solution is not just a solution. You really have to educate yourself. EV1, 3 kilowatt, EV2, passenger vehicle, 6 kilowatt. EV2 commercial vehicle, 13 kilowatt. DC fast charger can be anywhere from 500 kilowatts to 150 kilowatts. You know, it's so vastly different, and that's about the power of energy, which forces you into demand the moment you do it. And demand is rates. CPUC is all about fair rates. I run my vehicle on diesel vehicles at a cost per mile of 14 cents. I run my EVs at a cost per mile of 14 cents as long as I don't hit demand. Demand rates, when I plug in 2 buses at a time, I go over 20 kilowatts. That 20 kilowatts in wintertime is $7 per kilowatt demand. In wintertime, or in summertime, it'll wind up being $19. You divide your kilowatts by your miles, you get 2 miles per kilowatt. You got your rate of cost per mile at $3 in winter, you got $9 in summer. And we're all going to wind up in that issue. And so I encourage us to continue to share. There's a lot of technology out there, battery storage being one of them. Envision solar trees are great other sources that can be wheeled in. There's $60,000. Batteries are storage, I'm sure, is expensive. There's solutions. There's technology. I would encourage us to find a way to maybe deal with the peak hour demands, because the V1G program doesn't provide a solution during peak time. My first shift starts at 4 a.m. It ends at 1 o'clock. I hand off my shuttle after 9 hours. I can't hand it off empty. The one barrier that you can't change when you go into this one use is time is the element. I cannot fill up my vehicle without a huge consumption of time, whether it's 20 minutes with a 500 kilowatt battery charger, or whether it's 4 hours for mine for 13 kilowatts, which is still very different than a residential market. And I'm running 200,000 miles a year in my fleet. The average residential person is doing 13,000 miles. So I want us to really pay attention to what we're talking about. It's apples and oranges, and demand rates are real. When we move to SB 350 goals, it's going to change. Maybe what you're going to see is the cycle of constant rates and maybe what's been the history. And I think that's what's happened with us in this revolution of vehicles. We're no longer doing anything we ever knew we could do. And so it's so different that it's the rates and the loads and the renewable energy sources out there could provide a solution today. We need funding so that we could be able to utilize those types of sources. So I would encourage us to continue to stay open and be diverse. And I just want to say thank you so much, because this is really, to me, has been a great opportunity to see this happening today. So I wanted to really just say thank you. And Andrew kind of put it first for me, is like, you really don't know what you don't know. And we really are. I'm an end user, and he's my only other guy right now. I'm the only person in San Diego, an urban, dense, populated, third largest city in the country, and I am the only user, and I'm a small business operator. Thank you.
I'll let you go ahead and make a comment. I think you've been waiting. Oh, I'm sorry. Anybody want to respond to that or make a comment? Actually, you did say Environ, that's at the solar system with the built-in kind of off-grid management system. They actually brought in a comment, so I think now's maybe the perfect time to raise it. So I don't know if you're familiar with the system. I'm not that familiar with it, but they submitted a picture. It seemed pretty good. So it looks like it's a solar system packaged with it appears to be light duty, but maybe it applies to heavier duty vehicles. Effectively a cell off-grid charging system. And so the question really is how do things like that fit into the whole big picture, whether it's utility specific? Obviously, it seems like it could take certain load away from the grid if it's already on the grid, but I know that there's issues with off-grid and what's on the grid and whether it benefits the ratepayer. Is that an area of discussion, or is that's a no-go zone since it's not literally connected to the grid?
Actually, they have an on-grid and an off-grid version.
They do, okay.
Yeah, they have both. And
does the off-grid version?
Yeah, it just gets down to, can you generate enough power from the solar to do the charging that you need to do? And, I mean, if it does, great. If it doesn't, then you have to supplement it somehow. And it's like the microgrid concept, integrating renewables and batteries and load and managing that.
No, and it seems like a novel concept, and I can see the merits of it in various applications. Yeah, but does if the again, I'm not familiar with what the utility programs are, but it sounded like there's some different programs potentially for infrastructure, maybe the microgrid interconnection kind of thing. Would something that's off-grid be potentially eligible of the customers in your service area, and they could shift load or something along those lines? Or no, I used to work on a rebate program where say if you're not connected to the grid, it's just not going to happen because there's no direct tie. So is that a barrier, or is that?
Well, our rebate is for our customers, and if they're not using our power and they're not our customers, I can't give them a rebate.
Right. No, I fully understand that, except the difference I'm raising here is I am your customer. I am taking energy off the grid, but I also have another way to manage energy that happens to be off grid.
And like I said in my presentation, any way to get your costs down is fair game. If you need solar to do it, great. If you need batteries, great. If you want to supplement with gas, whatever. I mean, the bottom line is we've got to make this thing economical and make it work.
No, and I'm not getting the answer that I want still. Okay. I'm going to make you answer it. So my question is...
Tony, can I try from the IOU perspective?
Yeah, please,
okay,
please.
I believe, and this is getting out of my scope, so this is where I know enough to be very dangerous, but I believe in our integrated distributed energy resource program or proceeding that is where these issues are coming up.
Okay.
So
there is a discussion on it.
There is a discussion, very much so. The utilities and the PUC, Commissioner Florio has has announced. I'm sorry, not right.
Don't say anything.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's right. I'm sorry, Jonah. Yes, I was going to quote what I saw at Utility Drive this morning. So we'll leave it at that. Read Utility Drive. I can say that.
Okay, bottom line, it's in discussion. I could say that. And so it's worth exploring. And when I say that, it's not just this particular system. It's the concept of potentially generating some of your own energy to me, ultimately, to meet the same goal. If that fits in, there's a discussion topic, then great. Maybe in the future we'll talk about it. But that way, anybody who's listening is like, all right, I have something to contribute there, then we'll want to hear about it in the near future.
So from the PUC's perspective, I believe there is a particular clause of SB 350 that mentions the use of grid electricity, but I'll have to look at the final language to be exactly sure.
Yeah, and I'm, again, trying to be outside the box, and if I can make the grid more stable because of something I do off grid and everybody wins, then, but let's explore. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I like to explore things and just say, okay, didn't work, threw it out, but at least we tried. Okay. Anybody else? Steve?
On? Okay, thank you. I just want to make a couple of very general comments and a very general question, and then I have some really specific questions, but I'll be as brief and quick as I possibly can be. Before I do that, I want to thank the panel here for being generous with your time and coming in and helping us work on this big problem. Arguably what is the largest barrier to adoption of electric transportation, at least in the public transit world. And I think that my colleague Jamie Levin hit the nail on the head when he talked about the complexity involved in providing public transit service and like the onion, the layers of complexity. And one thing I'm feeling a little bit underwhelmed about today is that sort of what I'm hearing from the panel is, well, it is what it is, and here's some strategies to mitigate the problem, but we're really not talking about solving the problem. What is the problem? The problem is wildly varying electric rates across the states, the issue of super high, demand in terms of transit buses and the power consumption, very peaky demand, and the effect that has on, per mile fuel costs. And that complexity, as Jamie, alluded to or articulated, the solutions that I've heard today is really just adding to the complexity. Let's talk about, you can only fuel your vehicles at certain times of the day. You have to be very strategic about that. We understand that, and we can deal with some of that, but not when we start to get to large-scale penetration of electric transit buses. That's going to be a real barrier to continuing. In addition to that, when we talk about complexity in terms of some of the suggestions I heard today, well, invest in more infrastructure. You can go out and you can purchase software, you can purchase solar panels, you can purchase battery storage, you can do mini grid strategies. Now we're adding additional layers of complexity. And what does complexity lead to? It leads to cost and additional staffing, additional technical expertise. I've worked for a fairly large agency, but I know some of our smaller agencies in the state don't have the staff and the expertise to deal with that sort of complexity. So I think, and Jamie mentioned the software program HASTIS. You got the name wrong, Ray, but you were close, but thank you. So with HASTIS, we have optimized vehicle scheduling to the point where we are doing the same amount of work with about 2/3 of the buses that we did 10 years ago. We're accomplishing the same amount of transit service with that much less equipment because those schedules are so fine-tuned. So then when we talk about in terms of, for example, on-route charging, where the bus has some dwell time every so many miles, now we're adding further complexity. Because you have to factor in, variables that you can't control, like traffic and things of that nature. So then the cost goes up, even further. And I know, Ray, you spoke about HASTIS. We'll work with the software developers, and they'll work that into that. And I think they probably do a good job of it. But HASTIS is so popular, they can't even fulfill the demand for the basic software. So I'm going to ask you to be our liaison with HASTIS, and we're going to recruit you to help us with that effort, because I think it makes sense. It's a fabulous idea. However, not to stray too far, but when we start talking about that cost, the complexity, driving the cost, you have to think about, we provide a very basic and very vital, public service. So as we drive that cost up, there's, to me, it makes sense to somehow socialize some of those costs. So what we've talked about here today is that, yes, we have a problem, but no, it's not going away. It's not going to change. And, here's some strategies, some complex strategies to mitigate it and deal with it. But I think what the conversation here needs to be, and what would make me happy, is talking about statewide policy and, with CPUC in the room and CEC in the room, statewide policy that would bring some certainty and some predictability and electricity cost across the state, so that as our transit community, we can have some less level of uncertainty as we go toward a regulation, which, by the way, is if ARB staff keeps their schedule, is this fall, and we haven't solved this problem, and we're potentially. With these very widely varying rate structures, it's a regulation that could potentially have a very disparate impact across the state in terms of how it impacts different communities. Because some of the municipal power providers, you can actually get some very good electric rates, and they start to pencil out. I'm a PG&E customer. My agency is a PG&E customer. And I wanted to question one thing, Jana. You mentioned that there was no 5-minute provision, and that would probably take CPUC regulatory action to correct. But I looked up the E19 rate while we were sitting here, and it does, under the max demand definition, it does say 5 minutes. Now, I understand that the meter's set up for 15, but PG&E is pretty good at coming and changing the meter. So, and as Tony said, I see trucks driving around with meters on the back. They go by.
They're looking for it.
As Tony said, that's a big swing, potential swing, change in our strategy. So, at this point, I have to assume that 5 minutes could happen. And so, and we've done a lot of work modeling our electric rates. Golden Gate Transit, my agency, we want to do electric bus shuttles and things. We're looking at niches within our transit to get electric buses in there, get our feet wet, do the right thing, get ahead of the curve, so to speak. But there is no case, no instant, even taking into account the low carbon fuel standard credits, where electricity wouldn't, under PG&E's rate structures, wouldn't cause some incremental cost increase in our price of fuel. And that's one of our biggest cost drivers in transit. And in the best case scenario, some marginal increase of maybe 10% or 20%. In the worst case scenario, magnitudes of increase if we don't go about it in the right way. And some of our transit partners have been stung pretty hard by that. We've talked about some of those cases here today. So I think the conversation really needs to be about state at the policy level, what are we going to do if the goal is really to get electrification into transit, what are we going to do to level the playing field across the state, provide some predictability, and take some of the uncertainty out of it for the transits. And in terms of regulation, I think it's absolutely critical. And quite frankly, I think we should have had this forum, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago when we started down this regulatory pathway. At least we're doing it now. Better late than never. And so I certainly appreciate the work they were putting into it. And Noel, I noticed that it appears the CPUC has doubled the level of staff devoted to transportation electrification, and that's impressive. That's an impressive statistic. So, we look forward to working with you. So I just want to throw that out for comment, but I'll ask a couple other questions too while you think about, what the response is to that. One of the things that came up yesterday that's very worrisome, because I've heard, folks talk about, transits. We understand that transits are concerned. I think, that's an understatement, quite frankly. Transits are very concerned. And one of the things came up yesterday, and I don't think it really was addressed well. There was some articles in a newspaper that due to the Aliso Canyon problems that SCE and the LA area may have blackouts this summer. So what can be done in terms of, putting our heads together to ensure that transits, if they do switch to electricity as a transportation fuel, that there'll be some certainty in the supply because you can't store it well. And I think in my mind about downtown Los Angeles on a 110-degree day and the blackout happens and all your fast charge buses stop where they're at, and what do we do about that? I mean, quite frankly, that's somewhat disturbing to think about. Even in terms of the slow charge buses, a good 3-hour blackout in the middle of the night and we don't make transit service the next day. And I don't know that that's a problem that can even be solved in any way, shape, or form, but it needs to be out there for discussion because it's important. And then I have some very specific questions, but can
keep
we talk
the
about
microphone.
those two for just a second?
Yeah, keep the microphone because you raised a lot of different issues. And I say, and again, at least from the ARB perspective, even in terms of the rulemaking, I mean, ultimately we're trying to figure out what the best thing to do to move the ball forward. And so this is part of it. And I don't see that this is going to be, that kind of raised the question earlier, is what can we do in the near term? What can we do in the long term? And to me, part of that is, are there opportunities to learn more that may put things in a better place even 5 years from now versus now? And we're going to factor that in how we look at it. And frankly, if we need a little more time to sort certain things out because we think we're going to have a better plan at the end. Because when we're looking at the regulatory thing, we look at that at one avenue. And I think the comment kind of came up yesterday about, hey, our board has a lot of different perspectives. And we're actually trying to answer a lot of different questions. So we started out with a premise of, look, 2040 is our horizon here to go to zero emissions. There's other things we can do right now to get near-term emissions reductions that aren't controversial, so we don't really talk about it that much. But the question is how to get there. And we never put numbers in the middle. And we know we've done some pilots, and this concept even started back in the year 2000, so it's not a new idea. Things have not progressed exactly as planned, but things are quite a bit different now. There's a lot of hybrid buses out there if people aren't familiar with that. That's electric technology. There's a network for it. The people know how to maintain it. And the issues here are a bit different. So I think bottom line I just want to convey is we're committed, and this is, to me, another piece of evidence to it, is we're committed to trying to address a lot of different issues, including how funding policy should be shaped in the future, and working on the rule, getting into the nitty-gritties, understanding the specifics of transits helps us kind of make better recommendations all the way around, including all the way up to the governor's office. All these questions that we're asking, I'm learning here and looking for opportunities. And so we're very solution-oriented. I think, approach. And my perspective, I was trying to understand the difference between what we try to do versus the way the transit fleets might look at things. Is we're looking for where the best applications are and where the best opportunities are, even in the zero emission bus category with the transits, which I know a lot of them are doing the same thing, and learning more and getting better information. And frankly, the piece I want to make sure the utilities are aware of, I think echoes, I think some of the concerns Steve has is, a bus is typically kept a minimum of 12 years. So if you have a good rate for 3 years, but then a really bad rate for 9, then, that's not a good decision. And so if you can't foresee that, then, that's a problem. And just because a bus is kept 12 years, I mean, if you're on the path to transitioning your fleet, it's not a 12-year issue. It's a 20, 30, 40, 50-year issue. It's a big risk, I think, from their perspective for that reason. And that's where I think that's very consistent with a lot of the issues you're raising. So I'd like to just open it up to where those opportunities potentially could be and respond to some of the comments Steve has.
So Steve, you were talking about I'm curious about the power outage issue. So I'm assuming that's because of a shortage of natural gas due to the Aliso Canyon leak. I assume you also fuel your buses with gas. So if they don't have gas for the power plants, I assume that you're probably maybe getting your gas from a different source. And then that aside, if there are power outages, then I'm guessing your compressors are out, but you probably have generators, backup generators at your bus depots in that sort of case. And I'm assuming you probably have fuel on site to be able to run those for long periods of time, so that wouldn't be a big deal.
No,
now,
they don't. That's not a right assumption.
No?
The natural gas is in the pipeline. They have to compress it to get it on the bus, but they're not storing it on site. So they would still have a similar issue at some point.
No, but I'm saying that they probably have backup generators to generate electricity to run the compressors to compress whatever
If the gas is there.
If the gas is there, right. Now, if you had an electric fleet, obviously it would be an issue if there was no access to grid power. And I think that's one of the applications where perhaps storage systems would come online. If you have energy storage systems on site, it's kind of like having a generator, except for you're not combusting fuel to generate your energy. You just took it off the grid earlier. So just some things to throw out there.
I've been looking at a generator to run a natural gas compression station is pretty big. And I've been trying to figure out how big a generator is to run an electric bus fleet, and I haven't really gotten there yet, but I imagine we'll have to find a place to put it.
I think at least part of that answer, actually real experience, the AVTA wants to go to 100% zero emission buses. They have about 85. They're on that path. They're putting in a generator to charge part of the fleet. I can't remember, 30, 40 buses. So there is some information on a fleet that's actually pursuing that. So you may know some of the details, but there is an example of it that's coming.
Maybe I can comment back on some of the things you said. Well, first on the reliability thing, I know electric reliability is very good. And to the extent that more things are getting more electric, like our ports have become fully automated on electric, and if they don't have it, they're sunk. And that's huge economic engine for the whole United States and Western United States. But all that to say is I get it. I mean, my wife had gas stations. When there was a power outage, there was no gas flowing. They were SOL. And so reliability is a huge importance. Unfortunately, the utility industry does have a very good record on reliability. On your other comments, I just got to applaud what you said. I really do, because you hit kind of the nail on the head. And I hope it wasn't an interpretation that live with what we got, because I think the utility industry has an obligation. If they expect to be promoting electrification, if they expect to be the fuel provider for this thing, they got to step up. And so it's helping to solve a problem. And it's that total cost of ownership thing. It's that thing you talked about with the buses you have and how little change makes a big difference in your fuel costs. I'll give you an example. We went through a few years back with these ships coming in from China and overseas and so on. We had to plug them in just to keep the regulations in compliance. And that technology didn't exist, just kind of like this. This is all brand new stuff. And so the shipping companies came to us and said, we can't afford your power. I mean, we're using bunker crude. How cheap can you get on that stuff? You know, and so we worked with them, and we came up with, developed a new way of charging, and we did come up with a rate using every trick in the book that we had, including demand response and everything else, and we got something that works, and it's been repeated. Long Beach has their version of it, and all around the world, in fact. And so I'm just saying, I honestly believe that utility has to step up and work cooperatively and hand in hand to make this thing work if we're going to get anywhere with electrification, which is our goal as well as yours.
Can I just add something to what Marv said? I second that, but I also just think we should be mindful of all the different pressures that are on the utility. And I'm not saying that to say that, we shouldn't try or that those efforts are futile, but just that, we're speaking in this forum with a group that, is very passionate about electric buses and wants to see this happen. We also have other interveners in our rate proceedings that speak out on behalf of the ratepayers who would most likely oppose any kind of waiver that you'd be asking for. And so there's all these different, factions that we're trying to appease to find what's fairest for everybody. So it's not, as simple as, and I'm not saying that you said that, I just, be mindful that there's other groups, TURN and ORA and CLECA, that are very, would have perhaps a very different opinion, and we need to, factor those considerations in too.
And Laura, this is Steve again. We get that. I mean, we understand why you have to, pass along those demand charges, because that's a direct cost to the utility, and you answer to your stakeholders. And so what Steve is suggesting and what the transit community is suggesting, if we're looking for if we're after something that we know is a public good and we know that will benefit the communities, is there some way to socialize those costs? Because everybody benefits when you get the electric bus in your neighborhood. So at some point, is there some strategy that can be devised to socialize those costs? And I think that probably should happen at the state level, not at the utility level or at the regional level. That's a state level policy decision, and I don't know what the answer is, and that's really why I'm asking the question, quite frankly.
I could start from a historical perspective. So the bus rates for San Joaquin and Foothill were authorized in 2012, and that was the summer before we released our white paper on vehicle grid integration and the rulemaking that was supposed to take that on, including addressing the barriers of demand charges to transit fleets. And so our original intention at the end of 2013 was to address this very issue. So, but for the utilities submitting their light duty infrastructure programs, which are good things, we fully intend to address medium and heavy duty vehicle rate design and electric vehicle rate design in our 1311-007. So to the extent that a consistent statewide policy is desired, given that there are different utility service territories and the buses run routes on geographies that might not exactly match with the utility territories, we're interested in setting guidelines for utility programs that can minimize that complexity, to your point. That said, the utilities have very different cost structures and different infrastructures, which might not result in a single statewide price for electricity. And I guess I apologize for that, but that is a reality that we have to face as the regulator. In terms of socializing the costs, I alluded to the new section in Public Utilities Code, which applies to the transportation electrification applications that the utilities will be submitting in response to the guidance that we're all developing through this public process. If you're interested, Public Utilities Code 740.8 talks about these social benefits that must be addressed and accounted for in determining any utility programs for transportation electrification. And we all know the social benefits. We've talked a lot about them already here. Air quality improvements, greenhouse gas emissions reductions, increased access in a more equitable manner for EVs in disadvantaged communities. Mm-hmm. All of those great things. And so those are the bases for considering programs that are utilized by some customers, but yield market transformation benefits. And so in the Edison case and the SDG&E case, where in January we authorized infrastructure for 5,000 EVSE in SoCal for light-duty vehicles in multi-unit dwellings, workplaces, and in Edison's case, public charging or destination center charging. Individuals will be using those charging stations. It's not a public good per se, because only electric vehicle drivers are actually using those. However, we do recognize, and the Commission's decisions talk about this, that all of those social benefits accrue. And so it wouldn't be improper necessarily to consider what you were requesting.
Well, I would just comment that the real difference between electric cars and buses is, electric car maybe 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. They're heavy too, but an electric bus is very heavy, especially carrying a full load of passengers. And we see chargers in the range of, for fast charging, 500 kilowatts, and that's what really changes the magnitude of the problem, quite frankly. And so if I could ask just a couple of specific questions. Steve has a strategy of his own in terms of the fast charging buses, because we talk about having like a transit mall or a transit center and multiple chargers and buses there. So now we're stacking up those demand charges, right? We've got several chargers running at the same time, maybe 5 or 6 or 10 as we go down the road. And now you're into that really, stratosphere of fuel cost. What if you took a geographical approach to I'm watching the delay of myself on the screen there. So I won't look that way anymore. How about if a transit agency, and this is for the IOUs, I guess, if a transit agency spread those out geographically, instead of having them at the transit mall, have them out there in a sequential pattern so that the buses could go out and make their service, and you're sort of geographically isolating those, and I assume they would be on separate meters, so your demand charge, you wouldn't be stacking them up on any given meter. Would PG&E, for example, take that approach, treat them as separate accounts?
Let me just say, I really appreciate that you're thinking creatively about this problem, and we probably need to get our rates guy to sit with us and talk through those issues. I would love to do that because it will be informing us as we go forward in this public policy dialogue about what the tools are. We have so many tools at our discretion. We have these ideas are really good examples of sort of thinking out of the box. So let's get expansive in our idea generation and then figure out what's the most effective. So I would definitely love to get together with you and our rates guys to figure out what the optimal setup would be.
In that vein, so it sounds like there's maybe a specific detailed solution, but that concept, though, I could see as a broader concept. Mm-hmm. And I just want to pose a question that's very, not pose a question, but an issue that may be very related. Because one of the things that I'm just personally trying to get a handle on is, I don't know if there's a way to make us get a sense of how rate design is looked at. Because when I try to understand it, it's like, well, clearly it seems like the utility likes a really flat load. That would be the ideal world. And the rates tend to reflect that. You charge over the whole day, it's usually much better. And then, so some of my questions are, how much do local specific issues at a particular location influence the way the rates are set versus the mix of everybody doing different things that still might look like a flat load on a line or in a network? So in the bus arena, there's opportunities potentially to look at, and maybe not very many, but some just kind of outside the box here. There's opportunity potentially, what we see as the low load factor issue. It's If you're doing a slow charge strategy, you pretty much use it during the day, and the chargers aren't even used at night. So if you spend the money for the charger, you kind of want to use it all the time, right? And so that just doesn't work. And then if you're doing the slow charge strategy because of the way you operate your fleet and you only charge at night, then clearly your entire demand is at night. And then during the day, those chargers aren't being used and energy's not being drawn, so you don't have a very balanced load. If you put the two together, not at the same property on the same meter, but on the same feeder line or whatever the term is.
Mm-hmm.
And then on average, when you look at hundreds of these, or not hundreds of these, but hundreds of customers and different things, if that balances out very neatly for the utility, is there an opportunity there? That's kind of, it sounds like a very local thing, but it's like if there's opportunities to explore that, because transits tend to be larger customers, we're not necessarily talking about all the meters at the same place. And is there a way to even optimize using the same equipment day and night in slightly different locations, but all in the same line? Or is that just too complex for too individual specific situation kind of issue? So it's both utilizing your equipment and then is there an
Distribution
opportunity?
system planning is we think rate design is complicated. Distribution system planning is incredibly complicated. So I would, be happy to put people in touch with the correct engineers at Edison who can do that kind of work. I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking to it, but we're happy to
No,
make those
and I'm trying to raise that as is this one of those ideas like, no, it's just not practical to pursue. It's like, no, there's probably opportunities there, because as we kind of discussed, different utility areas right now are different and probably going to stay that way. And so there might be things that PG&E might say, wait a second, in these areas where maybe Golden Gate is, if you actually increase demand over here at these times, that would actually be way better. Or in these times, if we did the same thing, that would actually be bad. But Steve's here is like, actually, that works for me here, and that is not a problem there. And so we end up getting a better balance, and Steve wins, PG&E wins. And
can I respond a little bit to your question? I have a little different angle on it. Honestly, dealing with customers at like a shopping mall that has multiple meters, they're always trying to get it to 1 meter because they'll always, by definition, have a lower demand. Because if you have 2 meters and each one had a 5 kW demand at some point during the month, it may not be at the same time. That's the trick, is that if you have 2 meters, they're always 5 and 5 and 10 together, but together it could be less. The other thing is you're going to play 2 service charges, but the thing to watch, ignoring what's going on with the system, the thing to watch is how big of a service is it? Because sometimes going from one rate, a small rate to a mid rate or a mid rate to a big rate, make a big difference in your cents per kilowatt hour. I've seen it on our rates where if you go from the small commercial to the mid commercial, there's a big difference in price. So that's the thing to watch, is which category you're in, small, medium, or large.
And in terms of price, small to medium means decreased price or the opposite?
In the example I did, it went up amazingly. But then I've also seen where, for example, it sounds terrible, but one of the conservation methods that people use for like apartment buildings, they have one big meter and then they go to small meters to encourage conservation. Because of all the service charges, the utility makes out great, even though the consumption goes down. So I'm just saying you really got to look at the rate and what category you're in. So you may have an advantage by trying to stay in a certain range, just depending on how you use the power.
I have to respond to Steve and what the comment was. I worked with actually AC Transit putting in the Bloom system that Chris spoke about and assessing the electric rates with PG&E at 4 different operating divisions that are split out geographically. And the rates were very different. They varied anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt hour, depending on the geographical location in the East Bay. And I think the difficulty that Steve poses is that routes are spread out all over a community, and those routes aren't fixed. I mean, even in San Francisco, which has one of the most mature transit systems in the country, they change their routes all the time. And so it does present challenges to say, well, let's organize the route, the charging over in this area. That may not fit at all for the service that's required.
So I just want to remind everybody we've got about 10 minutes scheduled. We do have a comment that came in online that's for PG&E. I do not have to answer just right yet, but I do want to make sure we at least touch on it.
I'm going to read it out
other
loud and
comments?
then say I'll have to catch up with this person later
Okay.
because I don't know the answer.
Okay.
My response was right to Tony. I'm not sure if that is also right to
Well, no,
Tony,
it's a
but-
slightly different topic.
Okay. So, yes, this is a very complex problem, and we still need to have a comprehensible solution for our customers. There's no doubt about that. The VGI rate is top of mind because we recently just approved it, but it does get to your point about different conditions seen at different parts of the grid. So as Nathan described before, the formulas are standard across the utility territory, but the times in which the adders based on distribution constraints and system constraints might change depending on the circuit that you're on. Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong. The adders might change depending on where you are within SDG&E's territory.
Whether or not the adder was applied would change. The adder itself is the same. So there's a circuit adder. It's separate from that, the system adder. So obviously a system adder would apply to all circuits.
Right.
There may potentially be a circuit-specific adder that would happen independently whether or not there was a system adder.
Correct. And so a circuit that I'm on might see a constraint if it's in the top peaking hours for my house, but my neighbor on a different circuit during that exact same time, if it's not on that peaking hour for his circuit, that would not be applied. Like the adder would not be applied simultaneously.
It would not be applied simultaneously, but they would both be subject to 200 hours during the year on their specific circuit.
Correct. So we're dealing with a very complex power system, and that seems antithetical to a simple solution.
Sure.
But that's why we are relying on the EV charging providers that are providing solutions to customers so that we can meet multiple objectives. So an increasingly variable renewable energy powered grid, and EVs that in many cases, not necessarily all cases, are highly flexible in their ability to charge. So we're hoping that those complement each other, because very similarly to that distribution circuit example, the ISO might have congestion on their price nodes, where one node is extremely negative because you want to curtail excess renewables, and then on a node right next door, just across the freeway, you could have it extremely expensive. And so as we deal with a grid with more renewables and more DERs, we're hoping that they complement each other, and that's where efforts in other proceedings like the integrated DER, distributed energy resource proceeding, and the new time of use rates proceeding are hopefully going to be bundled all together in more integrated resource planning. And so that's a lot of technical speak, but for purposes of this conversation, we're really trying to solve multiple problems.
No, I do appreciate that comment. So, I mean, so your answer to a degree is this particular pilot is kind of addressing that issue in the way it works. It does sound a little bit challenging to understand what the implications are, but presumably it gives the customer an opportunity to take advantage of lower rates if they're flexible. And presumably that would be better than the situation they're in today. And so I think one of the questions I do have is how do you understand that going forward? I'm not looking for the right answer right now because I don't want to, because we're kind of at the end of our time, but that it's just some of the other things I heard were, hey, getting better information out in general from the utilities, sure, from ARB, yeah, if we can kind of pull information together so these really complex issues can be more simplified. I think there's opportunities there. And I think I want to echo something that kind of Steve said that I know I heard from the transits before. It's like, you know, they're in the business of transporting people. And so and I think it's consistent with what Steve was saying. So the more equipment and differences they have to manage, then they're kind of operating outside of their realm. And so to me, that question relates to the infrastructure issue. Are there opportunities where the utility kind of knows what it needs on its demand, on its side? It might know what its customer's looking to do and then work together and say, hey, based on what you're doing, I can put a solution in. I can, like you do already, I can spend the money on it. I'll recoup it back on my rates, but I will also put something in that will help the grid overall. And so there could be a sort of win-win, and the transit doesn't have to manage it and take the risk with it. And they take the risk on the bus side and all those other issues, but they don't take so much risk on the managing the power management equipment that really benefits the utility and everybody else. And so I think that might be not a solution, but the concept that might be heading towards a possible solution.
The big vulnerability that we're trying to avoid, and I recently read the Safeguarding California report from the Natural Resources Agency, is reliability risks in the electricity network that will be serving our EV fleet that we will need to fight climate change. And the utilities are at the forefront of keeping our system resilient and able to adapt to vulnerabilities. And the way that we are going to adapt to that is by understanding what this new load is. And given that you're all here, we really want to understand the new load shapes that will come online.
Okay. So Steve, we're using you as a case study for next meeting. All right. Oh, can you get a microphone so other people can hear you? Oh, so I'm sorry. So the question was, is there going to be a pilot for commercial customers?
Yeah, is there going to be a pilot for commercial customers? Because isn't the VG light duty?
Yes, it's for our Power Your Drive program, but we think that we can look at something similar for a commercial application.
Because that would be the most important part, because we're talking about a different level of charging required, because it can't typically be too much EV1. You're not going to get us on the road very often. And I think that really comes down to finding a solution because, for example, I have to be able to hand off my fleet to somebody else, and that means entirely during a shift I have to charge about 2 hours for every 8 hours. And they got to constantly be charging during the day, during normal business hours. And so being able to stay on the road during the entire 16, 18 hours is what has to be able to be accomplished. And it's impossible right now to avoid demand or peak hour charging at some point for all of us. And so I think learning about what that does to time of day use and the demand rate at that time and the load that it's going to create, and we're not even talking about other property uses that's commingled while we're trying to just move our buses. And so it's really complex trying to figure out how we're going to manage loads without being diverse with renewable energy sources.
Raised a good point that we actually didn't touch on. It's my view right now, we've been kind of looking at things on a separate meter because it's a little bit more conservative economically, but also because the LCFS program is tied to showing how much energy you're using in your vehicle, so a separate meter makes sense. And in almost all cases, once you're past 5 buses, you're above 500 kW in pretty much any scenario except for the fast charge. So jumping rates is not so much the issue, except when you have 1 or 2 buses, and we're talking tens, hundreds of buses at a location is the end goal. And so once you're past 5, we're kind of in a narrow range. So slightly different issue on your I think your fleet size right now. The commingling thing may actually benefit you, but we err on the side of being conservative on cost and say, well, if we can solve it on the high-end cost, then if there's commingling opportunity, they'll do whichever's best. So there's the one comment that was raised earlier. I want to make sure we cover that and then kind of close.
Can I?
Yeah, just summarize.
Don Curry from North County Transit District, whose logo or his logo here says "We Move People." So that's exactly what you're saying. He asked a couple of specific questions about the escalating cost of electricity when compared to operating costs for CNG vehicles. And then he asked a question about the LCFS credit forecast. When you see natural gas and gas costs decreasing while electricity costs increase. I'm not sure I exactly understand the
I
question.
could try
so
that last piece.
I'm going to call Don
Okay.
and answer his 4 questions
Okay.
personally. If you let me have that back when I'll call him. Thank you for your question.
Just a second, I'm going to finish answering the second part of his. Associated with operating costs and projections on, I presume, the zero-emission bus and transit buses in terms of long-term electricity costs and CNG. Yeah, we're working together with the transit on kind of doing the costs, and looking at long-term fuel prices is definitely part of that. And as of yesterday, and it's always been the plan, because the grid gets more renewable and we use an average grid mix in terms of LCFS credits, the number of credits you can generate actually is going to go up over time. And so if the credits are $100 constant the whole time, then the number of credits will increase, and we'll reflect that. And so that'll be part of our future work kind of outside this area. But I wanted to touch on that. So I have, I guess, one more comment here. Introduce yourself, please, and then we'll close.
Yes, I'm Sarah Johnson with the California Airports Council. We represent all of the commercial airports in the state. I'm hoping this will be a quick and easier question for you. But I was wondering about the scope of the projects that you're looking at. A lot of it has been directed towards transit agencies. And at the airport, we have many shuttle buses rotating throughout the day and night, especially our larger facilities. So we were wondering, will this go beyond just transit agencies, or will you be looking at other projects outside of that realm?
I'm going to take the ARB side of it, and then the utilities, I think, can weigh in, or PSC can. Yeah, ARB is ARB is very interested in looking at reducing emissions at airports, and is specifically looking at zero-emission technology for airports. And it's a slightly different group than mine that's involved with that. They're in my division, but we're definitely focused on that. They're actually sitting right next to you, one of them. So we're very interested in that, and we see that a lot of these issues relate across various areas. And what you've just described sounds like a very good application, and the economics might actually play out very nicely. So I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on. I think this is much broader than just transit.
Yeah, the scope of transportation electrification is all mobile sources of air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. So the statute states vehicles, vessels, boats, trains, ports, and other equipment.
And to make sure it's clear, if it was somewhat missed, the light duty is part of that too, cars and things like that?
Yeah, it doesn't specify the size, but light, medium, and heavy.
And the way things are working out in terms of what the utilities are doing on light duty is a bit different than what they'd be doing on the commercial side, and the ARB is looking at, the light duty car standards and everything else, and the rebates and the state of technology are a bit different timelines. And so there's a kind of a convenient split on kind of looking at the commercial side, public transit fleets, as opposed to individual light duty side. And so there's some overlap, because what is happening on the light duty side, I think there's opportunities to kind of say that can work here. Some things that are very, very different in terms of commercial customers, fleet size, and you're talking big loads, not individual homes. So there's overlap, but we do compartmentalize those a little bit. We put them all together. Okay, so
I'm sorry, Tony. I want to share some numbers before Tony closed the meeting today. We are battling with demand charges for transit or fleet operators today. And about 20 minutes ago, we mentioned there will be off-grid charging opportunities with the battery plus solar systems. So it's an interesting thought to me. So what I did just now in the past 10 minutes is I ran a really quick case study. So I assumed a 10 bus fleet, each run 200 miles per bus, and for a total 2,000 miles per day on this fleet. And I assumed 30% of this electricity will be charged during the day, 70% will be charged during the night. So I built a system with solar plus storage. And this system has a service life of 20 years and providing enough electricity for 2,000 bus miles every day. And I spread out the cost into all the 20 years with each kilowatt hours that they generate. Who wants to know how much per kilowatt hour it costs? So what I throw in is, I throw in 1 megawatt of solar, 3 megawatt hours of energy storage, one substation at 1 megawatt that allows connect or disconnect from the grid to allow this be a true microgrid. So throughout 20 years, this system is going to generate 29,200 megawatt hours, and the system construction cost plus parts plus labor, everything all in, it's about $5.5 or $6 million. So all in, for 20 years, you have an electricity charge at about 16 cents per kilowatt hour with $0 demand charge. Now, kilowatts by kilowatt hour, it's not cheap, but this is where the good things start. In renewable investment, in renewable industry, solar industry, there is something called ITC, investment tax credit. It covers 30% of the total cost. So it brings down 16 cents to 12 cents per kilowatt hour, zero demand charge. And since we're all in California there's a program called Self-Generation Incentive Program. And with that, you are looking to have that incentive program cover about half of the energy storage system cost. So that brings down the cost from 12 cents to 9 cents per kilowatt hour. So for over 20 years period, you operate this 10 bus fleet running 200 miles per day per bus. You are operating at a 9 cents per kilowatt hour with $0 per kilowatt demand charge. Now, I don't know what you guys are paying now for your electricity charge, but this is a quick case study that I just did.
I'd add one question to that. So did you put the LCFS program in there?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's another 9 cents off of that, so you're at zero. So problem solved, we're done. That was a good meeting. So, and that's at the current, it's a little bit below the current price right now is what those credits are worth. So it looks like there's a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of opportunity. I gathered, I guess one more comment. We'll take one more. So we're going a little over time. So those of you feel you have to leave, then by all means do so.
Okay,
we'll close
thank
very
you.
soon.
Andrew Papson with Foothill Transit. First, I echo everything Steve said. Want to thank everybody. Very informative day. I both learned a lot and even more confused, which I think was the purpose. Going back to a topic that came up, I think 2 questions or an hour and a half ago, we were talking about LCFS and we were talking about utility plans on taking advantage of those credits. And I just want to make sure you're aware that many agencies, including Foothill, are already taking advantage of the LCFS program, both for our electric buses and for our CNG buses. We find it's a great source of revenue. We find it's very easy to use. And if you guys were planning a holistic statewide plan, please make sure it's opt-in. And please be aware that many agencies would not opt in, and it would in fact be against their interests. Thank you.
Wait, can't leave that. Opt into what?
Oh, opt into whatever LCFS program that the utilities may develop.
Got it. No, right. And the way I asked the question is like, I'm not sure it's a good idea. So we talked about it. So, we got to be careful what we ask for. Right.
Okay. And any comments on that?
Utilities providing LCFS credits for commercial customers at this point is an opt-in program.
And it sounded like it might be a better idea not to. I think I want to talk to the transit to get their view. And it sounds like you can do it if you want to, and you don't have to if you don't. And keeping it that way might be the best solution. So again, I'm not averse to trying a concept and say, okay, that one's off the table. Let's work on something else because something else is better. And I think, as you indicated, it's like I think we learned a lot. I have a lot of questions myself. I think that's the way we make progress. This is kind of like the legislative analogy. It's kind of like making sausage sometimes. So this is really our first meeting on any of these topics. So it's not like we've actually, frankly, I haven't met a number of these people before, and we haven't discussed and come up with, oh, here's our plan. Let's go have a meeting on it. It's like, this is it. We're brainstorming with you guys. Ideally, we would have had a roundtable setting, but just because of the number of people, we didn't. Next meeting, if I foresee a next meeting, I presume the panel would agree, and I think we'll just coordinate on when we think that should be, and maybe what the topic should be. We don't have to identify them all today because, again, I know there's the end of the month proceeding. ARB will be part of that, of course. And then what the next best steps are might be better clues from what happens there. I don't know, is that quick? We're gonna get feedback from even what the...
So the next steps are the workshop at 10 a.m. on the 29th, and then comments based on what has happened during the workshop due in May. So opening and reply comments will be received.
Okay, and that process is due to me myself. So if you're not unfamiliar with it, I am not either. So I'll be approaching it like you will, and I think we'll learn from there, and then we'll see what the takeaways are. And are there any other closing point? I mean, and so I think we heard a number of things. As I mentioned, so many things I can't even remember or even outline which ones are the most important ones. But I think it was quite useful, and I think it was quite productive, and I appreciate hearing the frank comments about things that are very concrete and I think we can help with in the near term. And then clearly there's a lot of different things that will be longer term issues, but I think I'm very pleased to see that there's a lot of cooperation. And I really see that a lot of anything that we do has so much overlapping issues when we're in this arena. I mean, greenhouse gases in general, but even just on the motor vehicle side of things, there's a lot of overlap and a lot of opportunities. And so I think this was a helpful forum from our view. I think all of our goals, and I'm sure all of yours, is we want to put the state in a better place longer term, all the way around. And if there's a win-win-win, well, we're looking for it. If there's things that we can make better, that even if we don't call them win-win-wins, all of these interrelate into, again, programs to distribute funds to encourage people to do things voluntarily. My world is to encourage people to do things involuntarily, but hopefully it's in a good way. Or maybe do things they were not comfortable with is the way I like to phrase it, to take a little risk. But at the same time, part of it is as well, how do we help pay for it? How do we create the environment for it? Is it even market drivers? We can influence those. So there's a lot of different levers that we have. And so I think this is at least a start in understanding what the levers are on the utility side. But we're all, as ARB, are looking for other opportunities too. And so we're focused on this today. We'll be, looking at other things, and ARB is a large organization. So we're looking at different ways to overall meet the governor's plan and the direction of all these SB 350 specific to the utilities, but it's very consistent with meeting a lot of goals at the same time. And so it's like, we'll make sure we do this the smartest way. And frankly, if we can do it the economically most responsible way is obviously one of the goals. And frankly, I do see that we can actually put California economically in a better place with a lot of things we're doing here. So all of those are goals, and I probably missed a bunch of things, and we want to make sure we improve transit service and make it more efficient overall. And all of these go together. So are there any other comments or points that anybody else wants to make?
I think the most important takeaway today is that work with your utilities as early as possible, even before you start your procurement process. And the ARB here, staff, and we are more than happy to facilitate any meetings fleets may want to have with your utilities. Thanks.
I want to thank you, Tony, and Yachun for inviting us to help combine our efforts as agencies, given that our customers are the same and our goals are the same. So look forward to continuing work with the agencies, the utilities, and everyone here.
Okay. Well, thank you all for coming, and we'll see you soon, I'm sure. Hi.